الحضور الكريم، دقائق ونبدأ معكم اليوم ملتقى الذكاء الصناعي والأمن السيبراني لدول مجلس التعاون الخليجي، فنرجو من الجميع الجلوس في المقاعد ووضع الهواتف المحمولة على وضع الصامت. شكرا لتعاونكم وتفهمكم. Dear audience, we are about to begin, so please remain seated and turn your mobile phone to silent mode. Thank you for your attention and cooperation. السيدات والسادة الكرام، ضيوفنا الأفاضل، متحدثين الموقرين، حضورنا الكريم، نصبح عليكم بالخير وحياكم الله معنا اليوم في ملتقى الذكاء الصناعي والأمن السيبراني لدول مجلس التعاون الخليجي. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, valued attendees, good morning everyone and welcome to the AI and Cybersecurity GCC Forum. يسعدنا نلتقي معكم اليوم حضورنا الكريم في هذا الملتقى. في البداية نرحب بقادة الجامعة الأمريكية الدولية، ونرحب أيضا بأصحاب السعادة الممثلين من القطاع الحكومي والقطاع الخاص وأعضاء اللجنة المنظمة، ولكم أيضا حضورنا الكريم، ونأمل من هذا الملتقى أن يفيد الجميع. First of all, warm welcome dear audience to the AIU leadership, and also warm welcome to the excellencies, the representatives from public and private sectors, and also warm welcome to the organizing committee, and for all of you dear audience, because we hope this forum is beneficial and rewarding for everyone. حضورنا الكريم، يسعدنا نلتقي معكم اليوم في ملتقى الذكاء الصناعي والأمن السيبراني لدول مجلس التعاون الخليجي، ونجتمع معكم اليوم ضيوفنا الأكارم للتعرف على آخر التطورات فيما يخص موضوع الذكاء الصناعي والأمن السيبراني وتبادل الخبرات مع المختصين في هذا المجال. Today, dear audience, we are very pleased to meet you today for we call it the forum and this establishment for the AI and Cybersecurity GCC Forum. And today, dear audience, we convey to know more about the latest development about the AI and cybersecurity, and also exchange the experiences from the expert of this field. وأيضا حضورنا الكريم نشيد بالذكر أيضا أن الشريك الأكاديمي لهذا الملتقى هو معهد الجامعة الأمريكية الدولية للتدريب الأهلي، وبالإضافة إلى الشريك الاستراتيجي وهو الهيئة العامة للاتصالات وتقنية المعلومات. Dear audience, it's worth mentioning is that the academic partner of this forum is AIU Institute for Private Training, and also the strategic partner is CITRA. وأيضا حضورنا الكريم، من خلال متابعتنا اليوم وجودنا معاكم في هذا الملتقى راح يكون عندنا قاعتين. هذه قاعة باء، this is the ballroom B for the AI sessions workshop، ولدينا أيضا القاعة الثانية قاعة ألف، هي راح تكون عن الأمن السيبراني، and we have another ballroom A for the cybersecurity workshop. والآن حضورنا الكريم، نبدأ معاكم هذا الملتقى مع كلمة رئيس الجامعة الأمريكية الدولية. Now we're gonna start about the open remarks by the president of AIU, Dr. Michael Bishko. Please proceed to the stage.
So thank you and salam alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, we are honored to welcome you here to the AI and Cybersecurity GCC Forum hosted by the American International University in Al Jarrah, Kuwait. This forum represents a vital gathering of experts and innovators from across Kuwait, across the GCC, and beyond. We, in fact, even have a guest as far as Laramie, Wyoming. So if you want to take a look at your map, you could figure out where that is. Our goal is to explore and advance our understanding of the dynamic interplay between artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. So as a key member of the GCC, the state of Kuwait is navigating a profound technological revolution. The rapid integration of AI across various sectors offers transformative opportunities, but also brings to the fore complex challenges. I think about even the use of AI at AIU. We started using it over the summer on a trial basis. and it's really exploded in terms of how we use it administratively, how we use it in teaching, but it also presents challenges to us in how we allow students to use it and how we keep everybody honest. So AI's capability in automating complex processes, enhancing predictive analytics, and revolutionizing data-driven decision-making are indeed groundbreaking. However, these advancements introduce challenges to ethics, privacy, and cybersecurity that require immediate and strategic responses. And so that's what we're here to discuss today. So during this conference, our focus will be on the multifaceted nature of AIU, particularly in the realm of cybersecurity. We will discuss AI's roles in developing advanced cybersecurity protocols, including real-time threat detection, adaptive response mechanisms, and the potential risk of AI being exploited for sophisticated cyber attacks. The development of ethical AI frameworks, data privacy safeguards, and resilient AI systems immune to adversarial attacks will be at the forefront of our discussions. So our agenda also includes workshops, as was mentioned earlier, panel discussions, and collaborative sessions with industry and technical leaders. These sessions are designed to strike a balance between harnessing AI to enhance cybersecurity and addressing the inherent risk associated with AI technologies. We'll delve into algorithms for anomaly detection, applications of AI to healthcare, the use of AI for automating security protocols, and the ethical considerations in these endeavors, and also in AI-driven surveillance systems. So in addition to current AI applications, we'll also think about the future implications of what's known as artificial general intelligence. So while artificial general intelligence is estimated to be decades away, anywhere from 20 to 50 years, it will represent a significant shift in AI's capabilities. AGI, artificial general intelligence, promises unparalleled advances across various sectors, but also poses substantial ethical, security, and control challenges. The unpredictability of a self-learning, highly autonomous system highlights the needs for vigorous oversight, ethical guidelines, and international cooperation to harness its benefits while mitigating potential risk. So this forum is more than a gathering of experts. It's actually a collaborative mission to help safeguard our digital future, in particular Kuwait's digital future. Our efforts here will set a benchmark in the GCC region and contribute to global discussions in the areas of AI and cybersecurity. So thank you for your commitment here today and being with us and participating in this very important discussion. And together we will embark on this journey through AI and cyber. So we extend our heartfelt gratitude for your commitment, and also to our speakers and organizers for this event. Your expertise that you're providing and insights are invaluable to help shaping a secure AI-powered future. So shukran, enjoy your day, and thank you very much.
كل شكر لرئيس الجامعة الأمريكية الدولية الدكتور مايكل بشكو على هذه الكلمة. Special thanks to the President of AIU, Dr. Michael Bishko, for his wonderful speech, and wish him all the best, and all the organizing committee for organizing this forum. ونستكمل معكم ضيوفنا الأكارم برنامج عمل الملتقى. Now is the time for the opening keynote address, the topic about the creating cognitive enterprises through decisions intelligence, by the co-founder and the CEO of the Intelmatics, Riyadh KSA. I'm already looking to him right now. Please welcome Dr. Anas Al-Faris.
First of all, if you can put the slides. Thank you for the invitation by AIU. I definitely like the acronym, but for a different reason of AI. I like the AI in the AIU, definitely. The goal of today's talk will be just to excite you a little bit about a new concept, not necessarily our own concept, but a concept that relates strongly to what is a cognitive enterprise. And I'm sure some of you have heard several references to it, and how does AI really play a role in building such cognitive enterprises? Shukran.
So with that said, I'll walk you through a journey of explaining why should you care, why should an AI really enterprise matter for you, given the cultural, at least background within Kuwait of a very strong business acumen. AI or cognitive enterprises should hit a nerve, and I'll explain why in the following slides. So briefly, the way I'll be structuring this talk is going to be, I'll start a little bit with why should you care. I'll move after that is how do we actually do it, and then I'll just give you a little bit of background of who we are really and where we're coming from. So with the why concept, let's position it again from an enterprise perspective and just start with a little bit of what is an enterprise, whether it's public or private, any entity, company, or what have you. And enterprises today, as we all know, are becoming extremely dynamic, fairly complex, and frankly, in decision-making, highly unpredictable. What could happen is highly unpredictable. That said, as we look at that, sadly, 86% of CEO report that it's becoming highly inhibiting their growth, the decision-making process, due to the complexity that's happening within all of this. Now, knowing that, it's fascinating to start seeing that the number of decisions that we really need to do or make in such enterprises is just phenomenal. This is just reporting an annual number of over 3 billion by the only Fortune 500 companies. Now, the staggering size of the decision-making process is one thing. The bigger problem is 50% of those decisions are actually abandoned because they are bad. So this puts in perspective the need for better processes for really doing or making decision-making in such enterprises. Now, with that said, the question then comes back to, can technology help us? Can it assist us? And you'll see throughout this journey that we'll be talking a little bit more about the relationship of AI in all of this. So let's take you a little bit backwards and just give you a little bit of a context of all of this. I'm sure most of you are familiar with the industrial revolutions. In the first industrial revolution, when we had the steam engine, our physical ability of moving from one place to the next was enhanced significantly. Now we can move due to the creation of such a steam engine. Now, with the advent of electricity, now we are able to enhance many of our physical abilities, including sight. Say, in such a room where we don't even have any natural light, we're still able to see each other because we are able now to enhance our physical ability of sight by a technology, which is now electricity and light. Now, same applies to communication. Even back there, folks are able to hear me here, so my voice is heard. But even across the globe, we're now able to have our voices heard. So in all three industrial revolutions, physical abilities have been enhanced and enhanced significantly. Yet, what's fairly more interesting in this fourth industrial revolution is this is the first time where we are actually able to enhance our cognitive abilities. So this is a shift in the way we look at things. And again, as the president of the university was referring, what do we see now with such an advent of AI in the way it changes our ability to do and make better decision making? Now, some might assume that a lot of this is, well, a bit too futuristic or beyond. The reality of the matter, interestingly, is, I'm sure most of you are familiar with this, in our autopilot, every time you're jumping on a plane, 98% is handled by autopilot. So the machine is handling the majority of the decision making in the plane. So less than 2% is handled by the actual human in this. In fact, since we're in Kuwait, I'm assuming most of you do stocks, and hence most of you are also familiar that 80% of all stock trading is done by the machine. Again, another thing which is, and even if we go to more complex activities like cardiac surgeries, at least in Europe, almost now more than 1/3 of those is being handled by the machine. Now, if we're able to trust the machine in actually our lives and our money, most likely, can we start trusting it in actually also our enterprises? Can it start making decisions on our behalf? So, now, this might be assumed as fairly theoretical, but the reality of the matter is it has been proven that as you move to becoming more cognitive, and as such, using more of that capability, your productivity increases, you're getting higher revenues, your profitability increases significantly. And hence the question then becomes, how can we use a lot of that capabilities inwards? And just to set the stage of trying to explain a difference between what a cognitive enterprise is and a traditional enterprise, let's just take two examples. A regular traditional taxi enterprise versus Uber. And let's take a simple function as such. You trying to get a ride, basically. If you're in a traditional taxi company, you'll wave, you'll hope for someone to come in, you might call dispatch, and as you go through the whole process, try to identify where you're located and beyond. Let's switch to the machine now coming in. With Uber, the machine is taking over. It knows where you're located. It identifies the closest driver to you. It gets you, it even negotiates pricing. So you don't need to haggle through the process of negotiating the pricing itself. It's already doing all of that exercise for you. Now, the benefits, of course, are staggering. As we look at what such a service brings to the market, it's a fully, completely different approach. Now, whatever you see happening within the Uber context, you can imagine it in your own enterprise. Whether it's in education, say if you're in a university, whether it is in any enterprise, you're in retail or beyond, can you now start thinking of saying, can we move from our traditional type of operations where a human is always in the loop, trying to do the actions for us, or can we start bringing in that capability of the machine to help us really do much more? And what makes this very interesting is, just look at the growth of Uber compared to traditional enterprises as such. It is staggering, and that is what we're always looking at. Now, this brings me then to the question, but if we're talking about decision-making, how can the machine actually do such a thing? And this is really requiring a little bit of a deeper understanding of how decision-making is already done. So, as humans, if you look at the process, we start by what we call the 6 Ds. They discover, describe, detect, deduce, devise, and drive. And these 6 Ds start by extracting information. So usually when you're looking at a problem, you're trying to extract a lot of information, build some insight, forecast and predict a great deal of the future. So if I make this, what should happen in the future? Then as I look at the different solutions, make some sort of a trade-off, and then eventually pick that right, select that right decision, and eventually take an action. And generally, that is what you would expect from any decision-making process that you go through. What makes this interesting is, let's talk about the same thing as we bring in the machine in the process. 3 concepts that are well familiar in literature are human in the loop, as in the human is taking a great deal of the brunt of the decision-making. Human on the loop, where the machine now is making the recommendation, but the human makes the last action, while human is out of the loop, like in Uber's process, where when you connect with your app, the reality is the human is completely out of the loop. You're not talking to any human in any of those actions. That's when we start looking and seeing that human out of the loop. And so, as we map both concepts together, the human and the machine, we start seeing that as we move across the 6 levels, we start seeing we could have the machine only helping us in the discovery phase, providing us with some capabilities of BI, moving all the way to prediction capabilities, or all the way down to taking the full action for us. And, well, depending on the type of decision, it differs dramatically from one decision to the next. So, what technologies can we then use to do exactly that? And let's step just a little back to just position you around some of these technologies. So I'm sure many of you are familiar with the concept of business intelligence. Business intelligence tools, for those who are not familiar with it, are dashboards that are presenting us with some fairly useful information, but it's all about telling us what has happened up to this point in time. So it is everything of a reference to the past. It's a rear view mirror of what has happened, which is very useful. It's fascinatingly useful because we learned from our past. But it's still telling us a great deal of what has happened. Now, as we move forward and we start saying, but we'd like to bring in a different layer of this technology, how about now we bring in AI? And now AI is very powerful. It starts to tell us a little bit of what could happen in the future. Now we're starting to predict, to understand a great deal of what is happening in the future now. And now, so we're now looking at a very different set of information. But for those who are familiar with a lot of this, now that we have a lot of what has happened and a lot of what could happen, can you actually make the decision? The reality of it, no. Now you're getting into analysis paralysis. You have a multitude of information, you're overwhelmed with information, and the possibility of making that single decision was very problematic. Let's go back to the COVID era and just give you a positioning of all of this. Most of the ministries, I'm sure here in Kuwait as well, had tons of these dashboards that were telling you everything that was happening in every district within the city. It was telling you how many cases that were happening and how many we think would happen and so on and so forth. But the moment you wanted to make an actual decision, should we open or close schools? Not a single screen was designed to tell you that. It was all about telling you a lot of information. So you had to bring in that subject matter expert that would look at all of those screens and hope to guess, connect the connections and say, well, I think the decision should be X or Y or Z. While if the model was built from the ground up to make that decision, the whole thing was very different. It would have told the recommendation today is to open or to close schools as such. And this brings us to a new concept that has been emerging in the last 5+ years, which is called decision intelligence. And here is where the crux of this presentation starts to come in. And what the first decision intelligence of all the rest is, it starts to bridge the gap between what we know and what we should do about it. For those with a business acumen here, it's rather than you telling me a great deal of information, tell me what should I do. So be very precise of the decision making. And so what is it all about? It's a lot of that BI and AI, but bring within it a lot of managerial science, a lot of decision theory that really bridges that gap to that last mile problem. So rather than keeping that last mile problem unsolved, let's bring that in the mix to address that. So I hope I've explained now a little bit of that concept of there is something called decision intelligence. It's very useful and beyond. But let's position it. Let's try to really get it closer to home. Let's talk about a retail. Let's talk about Walmart. And let's assume we're looking at Walmart right now. A BI suite will tell us a great deal of what has happened in the past. So it's telling me everything of what my stores are, how my stores are performing, what did they sell, and everything about it, which is great. AI will start moving a step further. AI will come in and say, well, I'm understanding the forecasting. I'll tell you a great deal of what will happen. What's the future demand that's going to be predicted in all of this, which is great. But the same problem comes in. What should I do about it? And the reality of the matter, if we move all the way down, when we bring in the DI suite is going to answer us, so now that I know what has happened and what will happen, I need to know how and what, when and what should I order for my inventory. I should know how do I staff my people. I should know which channels should I, even more channels of marketing that I should use. Which also beyond this, not only operational decisions, but even strategic decisions. Where should I open my next retail store? All of such decisions are things that you would have required a little bit more of, not just telling me of what has happened or what could happen, but even all the way down to the core decision-making process. So, with that said, I've just explained a little bit of the concepts that relate to DI and its value. DI wasn't something we came up, of course, with. Google had established a full decision intelligence department. It's in fact headed by a chief decision scientist. That's a CX level at Google as well. Alibaba established their decision intelligence lab. Gartner listed it as one of the most disruptive technologies that are coming. And the same with IDC that identified it as one of the critical technologies that are equivalent to the internet revolution. So, With that said, let's just summarize everything I just said into one single simple slide. Hopefully that just puts everything together for you to understand, and what we call the EDP map, the explore, predict, and decide. So we explore the information, we try to make certain predictions, and then we make certain decisions accordingly. And this comes across the decision-making process, and the three concepts of a human in the loop will walk through the whole thing, but the moment we make a prediction, the human kicks in and will jump in, and the human on the loop, the machine will make a recommendation, but then the human will make the final action, and the human out of the loop is, of course, the machine is handling everything end to end. And supporting technologies that we just showed include everything from BI handling a lot of the exploration capabilities, AI handling a lot of the predictive capabilities, and finally on the DI handling a lot of the decision capabilities, the final metric of all of this. Okay, so hopefully now I've set the stage to explain what is a cognitive enterprise, why such technologies exist, why do we need this plethora of technologies to actually make such decisions, and with that, we can now move. But are all functions within an enterprise equal? And the reality of the matter, no. In any one of your enterprises, if you look at it, you'll start saying, well, maybe HR is advanced, maybe operations need a little bit of help here or there, and so on and so forth. So you can't look at an enterprise all equally in the same manner. So you have to start looking at it, breaking it to its sub-functions, in other words, what it is. And that's what we call that enterprise rubric. We look at an enterprise made of, so every block within that rubric is a function within your enterprise. So with that, what are such functions? They tend to always map to these 6 core verticals. You have functions that are intended to understand the market you operate in and the context, generally. You have functions that manage your assets. You have functions that handle your workforce within this enterprise. You have functions that are all about the operations that you are producing within that enterprise, that are producing certain offerings, whether they are your products or services that you're offering to the outside market. And ending with all of this, there is a certain level of performance that your enterprise needs to achieve, and then you need to gauge. So knowing that these are the 6 types of those enterprises, we start asking that other question now of reality. As we look at any enterprise, it's a combination of the good and the bad. You'll have functions that are excellent and performing fairly well. You have other functions that their cognitive maturity is much, much less. And so the question is, how do we really address such a capability? Now, and the question we raise in all of this is, how do we move from the left to the right? How can we transform any of your enterprises to becoming more cognitive, if you may? And that is really the crux of the second part of this presentation. Sorry. So within this second part, I'll start going into now, how do we do it? Hopefully I've convinced you in the first part that it's worth doing. Now, how do we go actually about developing something like this? And how do we really do it? And so how do we use the power of AI to literally do a lot of this capability? And so let's look at what are some of the digital disrupting technologies over time that has changed how our enterprises operate. We start seeing that back in the 90s, ERPs came in, and for those who are not familiar, these are platforms that you use internally in your enterprise to manage all your general operations of finance and beyond. Came in, disrupted a great deal. Productivity tools, your Microsoft Offices and everything came in. After that, the cloud, RPAs, and collaborative software. Today, we hear a great deal about generative AI and its capabilities of what it brings to the table. We also believe and predict that EDIs, or enterprise decision intelligence platforms, are the next disruptor that's going to come in. This is basically what it is, and it's very interesting to look at it as it connects back to an ERP. If ERP was designed to handle everything that has happened in your enterprise, EDIs are intended to look at the future of what your enterprise and how can it operate. And so this transformation is expected to become the next big shift as such, basically using a lot of that AI capability to do exactly that. Now, we'll shift a little bit just to put in context. We'll use some of our own internal technologies at Intelmatics, and what we have, which is a platform similar to those EDIs, which is called our own EDIX, or the Enterprise Decision Intelligence Platform. And EDIX is a cloud-based SaaS, of course, platform that's designed for exactly such a thing. And I'll walk you through this journey of how it could operate. It has to, of course, cover all your 6 verticals that we just explained. So it has to cover your market, your assets, your workforce, operations, offerings, and performance in your own enterprise. And with that, what it needs to do is hopefully take your current enterprise with all the issues that it has and try to move it all the way through to becoming basically more with a much higher cognitive maturity. Basically, having the machine do more of your functions within your enterprise at a higher productivity and better performance. And that's really the gist of what such a platform should do. And so I'll walk you through examples of this just to put things in perspective. So when we look at these platforms or such a platform, it should address decisions, simple particular decisions. So which marketing channel should I use? Or where should I locate my store? Or how should I schedule my staff or beyond? These are very particular decisions that you will need to do, and as such, but you also need to bundle a lot of these decisions into sectors. And so where you look at it, am I looking at the retail sector? Am I looking at the logistics sector? Am I looking at my workforce as well and beyond? And so as we look at each one of these decision blocks or modules needs to have data models and a capability of interaction, but equally, it should have a BI capability, a business intelligence. It should have an AI capability, and layered on top of it, a DI capability to guarantee that that is delivering the results we expect at the end of the day. Now, and it should cover, of course, a multitude of your operations in your enterprise. So it shouldn't be covering one function within it, but a multitude of it. So it could handle everything from your demand all the way to your dynamic pricing of whatever you're producing. And as we look at such, let's just focus on one of those examples as such. If we're looking at the different sectors, if we're looking at retail and it's covering all the certain functions that we're looking at, and the multitude of these blocks that are going to be serving retail, let's zoom in at one of them and just try to understand how does this operate, if you may. And let's look at inventory, for example. So if I'm looking at the inventory and I'm looking at my explore capability, I should be able to answer questions like, what are my sales within the city? By the way, sorry, it's Riyadh in particular, but I think you can imagine any city for that matter. It could look at each store, tell you what has happened, what are the sales, how is it operating, and all of this. And this is very useful. It can then move to prediction, and it can tell you what you're going to be expecting of inventory that you need for that store is this amount, and so on and so on, which is great. But more importantly is the decision-making process, that last mile, that decisions that you need to actually make. How much should I order exactly to that store? Which store should I pull in exactly? So now you're adding that last mile of it all. And that is where the power of all of this starts to come to make sense. And not only in one function, but across multiple functions in your enterprise. So I hope I, in one way or another, made it a little simpler to understand what do we mean, how do we go about it, and why does it matter. Same applies to logistics. We could have a multitude of these decisions that we would expect in this enterprise, and each one of them we need to focus in. I will focus on one, for example, in this case, dispatchment. You have a set of cases within a city. Say your talabat, I think talabat is what operates here. You have sets of cases you want to dispatch. How do you go about answering such a question immediately. And so you need, or you're a utility company and you have maintenance issues that you really need to dispatch your maintenance team to address. How do you go about it? So in this case, again, it's Riyadh, but just to put things in perspective, I could look at all the cases over time. I could look at my BI. I could explore it. I could learn a great deal of what has happened in the past of a lot of this, and which is very powerful and very interesting and very useful. But it's not, sorry. And it's very useful, but it's still not there. Now, with that said, then we move on to the actual capability of prediction. I could actually predict what's going to be the cases next week, what will be the cases next month, down to that core of detail. But that's nice, but still very useful, but not yet there. I need now decide to not only optimize the dispatchment of my team. I need to know what type of team should I release, what's the level of what the capability of that, and sending it all the way to the team. And that's really where the power of all of this comes in. So if I'm looking at on the decide part, we'll start getting into more of the core capability of this. And so with decide, it goes down to the core. You need to move this number of resources to this location. You need to have this type of such. But you can even go and actually, when you trust the system, move it to cognitive mode. That is that level 6 that I was referring to previously, which is now the machine takes over completely. It can now dispatch the team without going back to a human to recommend that you needed to do so. The moment we have more in trust within the system of such, we can do. And the same applies to many of these capabilities. You can start understanding the gist of it. Same thing with workforce. I'll move faster now. And the same applies, for example, in your workforce planning. If you're trying to plan. In this case, edicts has been used within the Health Commission within Saudi Arabia, which has over 600,000 doctors and nurses. And so you need to start planning a lot of that capability. And edicts is able now to manage all of this, not only understand what is really under the hood of what's happening, where are your doctors, where are your nurses, and beyond, but even start to predict the future of all of this and try to plan for the future, making decisions of a lot of this. I'll skip this just for the sake of time, but I think you get the general idea of where we're at with this. Okay, so hopefully now you understand the capability of such a power, the power of such systems. Now we have the machine on our side, not only helping us make better decisions, much more optimized decisions, rather than looking at a set of dashboards and assuming we can make a decision. Now, whatever system we produce of such needs to have certain capabilities, one of which it needs to understand not only the data I have internally as my enterprise, but it also needs to understand the context that I operate in. So if I operate in Kuwait City, it needs to understand everything about Kuwait City. Otherwise, it's not really useful. One of the reasons why you find very, very powerful platforms out there, for those who are familiar with Palantir or others, that are very, very powerful, but it is US specific, not context specific. And hence, for the context of the US, it's very powerful. For beyond that, it's not as much. So we need to do that. And what we do as well is build what we call the digital twin, where we pull every single data point of a city we operate in. Everything from the traffic, the weather, the social media, everything that you can imagine is all pulled all together into that digital twin of that city. So when you want to make a decision, the system is aware of pulling the right data for the right decision for it to pull down that right recommendation. And with that, but not only is it as important, another critical important is understanding that decisions do not sit in their own silos. Decisions are interconnected. So when a decision recommendation is made, it needs to understand the connections between the decisions. So if I'm going to make, or understanding that I'm making a decision in marketing, it's going to affect what? Eventually my inventory, my staffing, because that store is now going to have more orders. I need to make sure that all of that is connected down to the core of that effects of the dynamics of it all. Now, with that said, I think you also need to understand one other thing is decisions across the enterprise are not equal. So different decision makers within the enterprise require a different way of looking at that information. So we can't present the same type of information for all in the same manner. So you might be the CEO who's very interested in a 360 view of all of this, where you're very immersed in it, but you might be a store manager that all they need is a very particular set of decisions that they look at. So down the line, that platform needs to adapt for the different levels within the enterprise for that decision making to happen. So, and it, of course, has to have real impact at the end of the day. And this is just a few statistics of some of the impacts that edX has been making within its operations. Hopefully, I've summarized now, explained why cognitive enterprises matter, how do we build them, and how do we go about it. I'll end with the who, just a little bit of who we are, since some of you might not be familiar with us. So we're coming in from, as a company, as Intelmatics. So we were initially established in Boston by 4 MIT scientists. That's where we come in as such. We then expanded to Riyadh and London. We're operating across these 3 locations today as such. Our goal is, of course, to make every enterprise cognitive. That's our ambition. We've been very fortunate to have a stellar team, so it is part and parcel of what we need to do. So whether it's on education levels or the type of caliber that we pull in, we have great schools of our employees that we pull in on across the level of whether it's scientists or in the operations, as well as our team that comes also from stellar institutions. We've been very fortunate to be recognized for a lot of our operations. An example of such, we're the only enterprise within the MENA region that is recognized by MIT as part of its alliance and such. So it just gives a flavor of where we come from as well. We are a deep tech company, which is very critical to understand. This implies that we do a lot of our R&D, and hence, for us to do a lot of this also requires us to do a lot of alliances with leading institutions today. The institutions and the faculty we work with come from leading institutions such as Oxford, Berkeley, MIT, and Imperial, and beyond. And we have a stellar, truly advisory board. For example, Dr. Casey is the chief decision scientist I mentioned earlier from Google, as opposed to, and as well, Cyrus Hodds was the co-founder of the AI initiative at Stanford. Sim is the previous the chief information officer of the government of Estonia, and then you get the flavor of the team that we're looking at. With that said, thank you so much. I hope it wasn't too long, but I hope now you understand a concept of cognitive interfaces and what it brings to the table, the value of such technologies, the future that we could expect in the near future, by the way, not a very distant future. So unlike when we look at more distant types of futures, this is actually a much closer future that you might think, and hence the value of what we were presenting. With that, thank you so much.
Special thanks to Dr. Anas Al-Faris for being like the keynote address today, the opening for our forum for today. Now is the time for the award ceremonies. The organizing committee will gonna award Dr. Anas Al-Faris. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, dear audience, we're gonna continue the forum for today. Now is the time we'll talk about the discussion panel, and the topics about today. We're gonna talk about the charting a secure path into the digital future, AI, cybersecurity, and beyond. So let's first of all to feature the panelists. So it will be like the Please, all of us, with a stand of applause, please welcome Dr. Lars Kothov and Dr. Mike Baruchik and Mr. Charles Archer. And also the moderator for this discussion panel will be the President of AIU, Dr. Michael Bishko. Welcome, everybody.
All right, thank you very much. I hope you all can hear me. One of the challenges, I think, and one of the advances that we definitely need sometime in the future is advances in miking up technology so we can do this more rapidly. First of all, thank you, Dr. Anas. It was a fantastic speech. I'm very grateful to have you here. And so thank you to our panelists who've come to us from wide variety of different locations, and we're going to have a free-flowing discussion about some important topics in the area of AI and cybersecurity. So I want to start off with first kind of the lifeblood of AI, which is data. Lars, I'm going to direct this question to you. What are some of the ethical and legal challenges that are posed by the collection of the data necessary to create an artificial intelligence, whether it be a future AGI or even a generative intelligence that we see today?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Yes, okay, I'm on the mic now. And I think this is really something that people are starting to think about now, because they're realizing that companies like Google and Facebook and OpenAI, of course, are starting to use the data that we have put out on the internet for, at this point, decades. And they're simply taking that data and they're using it to train their models. When we put the data out there, there was no indication that this was going to happen. And of course, this is in part because at the time, the technology didn't exist. But it's also because we didn't really think about this. So when you posted something on Facebook or your favorite social media platform, you didn't think that at some point this data will be used to train an AI model that will then be used to, for example, make decisions, which will be affected by what you put out there. And again, you didn't realize it. So there are certainly some very profound questions that we need to consider and that we need to start answering in that respect. And I've seen proposals that, for example, if you're posting something on social media and putting your data out there, you should be getting paid for it, because this is what companies like, again, OpenAI and Google and Facebook are using to train their models, and then they're using that to make money. So in a sense, you're contributing for free to their success. Is that ethical? Well, not necessarily, right? So there's certainly a discussion to be had there. And unfortunately, I don't have the answer, so I might have to disappoint you there. But it is definitely something that we should be thinking about, and that in particular in this context here, we should be thinking about, especially for me, coming from an academic institution, because this is also something that has been largely ignored on the academic side. We just assume that there's data, and we're trying to make the best of it. We're trying to develop better algorithms to get more out of it, get better decisions, get better predictions, without worrying too much about, well, where did it come from? And is that really what we should be using, or should we be using something else? Should we be involving the people that generate the data as stakeholders in generating the AI models, and all kinds of other questions?
Great, thanks, Lars. Charles, I want to follow up with you on this. What role does government and corporate governance play in establishing the guardrails, both in the development of AI and in the implementation of AI?
I like to think that the main value of government, of course, is to protect the citizens in the interest of a smooth society. And in the United States, of course, we have the SEC, the Security Exchange Commission, which basically sets the rules for financial organizations to not take all the money away from some and give it to others. And as Mr. Lars was pointing out, the ethics of taking data and using AI has to be carefully considered. And government needs to understand from the experts. I was at Microsoft for a very long time. I'm very fortunate to know the chief scientist at Microsoft, Eric Horvitz. And I understand that he met with the President of the United States and even other countries and other leaders in the industry are giving their input for how to manage the AI, to make sure that things are safe, that they're equitable, and basically making recommendations for government regulations.
So, Mike, when we talk about the transition, and we're even undergoing this transition at AIU to what Dr. Anas referred to as a cognitive enterprise, right? That in my mind, and I'm not an expert in the field, represents challenges from a cybersecurity standpoint, both in terms of the integrity of the information gathered, and then also in terms of the integrity and quality of the decision made. So can you comment on the challenges posed there, and what are some potential frameworks that one could engage in to address those challenges?
Sure. So one of the biggest challenges that we have is the quality of the data that's coming in, right? So as soon as you're going to pass that reliance on solving cybersecurity issues using this wealth of data, if you have poor data, if you have data that has been manipulated, if you have low quality data, you cannot make effective decisions. I mean, you'll get decisions out of your models. You'll get decisions out of your AI systems, right? That is without a doubt going to happen. Being able to trust what comes out of a model is, you first have to believe and trust your data source, right? So maintaining control and knowing where your data comes from, being able to attest that your data comes from reliable sources is as important as building up the technology, the AI platform, whatever you're using to make the decision. If you have that data that does not come in, that is high quality, nothing else matters. And so that's the starting point. Without that, nothing else matters.
So, so when we're talking about the application of AI in the real world, and Dr. Anas touched on this, it really is the cyber physical world. And so, Mike, I want to start off with you on this. What kind of safeguards need to be put in place so that when we do transition from the purely computational cognitive realm to the actual physical realm, and the example of autonomous aircraft is an example, what kind of safeguards can operators, companies, and governments put in place to ensure that that cyber physical realm is safe?
What a loaded question. That is a really tough question, one that actually requires us to be spending a lot of time and resources to answer. So one of the biggest things is you cannot have single sources of information and data flow, right? You need to have multiple sources of information that you are ensuring that they have not been manipulated in some way. We just heard about the differences between human in the loop, human on the loop, and humans out of the loop. And I will say in these cyber-physical systems, you are going to have to play this trade-off. If you go to a completely human out-of-the-loop system, you are giving up some of that ability to monitor I'll say the security aspects of where your data is coming from, of whether or not it's been influenced. And so these are hard challenges that we cannot immediately punt and say, you know what, we're going to completely go human out of the loop. There needs to be a transition. There needs to be some time where we can assess where are the risks. So the risk assessment piece is huge when you are building out cyber-physical systems. Where are you vulnerable? Is it from the creation of the physical system itself? Is it as you collect this data? Is it as you transform this data? You cannot just blindly reuse and re-implement without understanding the specific nature of the problem you're trying to solve in any instance.
My next question is, and I want to start off with Charles and then go to Lars, when I hear a lot of these topics, I frequently see a disconnect between what is being discussed in the real world and what is occurring in academia and in workforce development in particular, right? So if I think about the next generation workforce, it's got to be something more than people who know how to code Python, right? So what is, from Charles, from your perspective and your years of industry experience, what does that look like, that next generation workforce that's going to be effectively able to implement the kind of vision that Dr. Anas was talking about or other companies have in terms of bringing AI into this global cognitive enterprise?
I want to say it was a fabulous keynote. Thank you very much. But it's going to take a little while for the rest of the workforce to catch up. It's a great vision. So in the land of, I've been in the industry for a very long time. I've worked with building many products at Microsoft, Salesforce, and startups. And just to get the wheels turning to start to build software products, you have to train the people, you have to use industry tools and make the most of it. And the pace of innovation for industry tools has really increased so much. Developers, I remember when I learned how to write code years ago, it wasn't even structured code. It was very long form typing out and understanding it. Now with the integrated development environments that people use, the coding platform seems to know what I'm thinking next just by the few words that I enter. And now you have something called GitHub Copilot, which Microsoft owns GitHub. And all you have to do is write some comments. I want to build a TypeScript algorithm to help people log in, and it starts making suggestions. Oh, based upon the information that we've seen out there that other people are doing, you could choose this, or you could choose that. So it's equipping people to use all these accelerators, and as Mr. Michael said, sometimes the human has to make the decision, oh, that's a good piece of code, that's not for me. So it's teaching the workforce how to make the best decisions with AI.
Do you want to follow up on that in terms of your perspective as being an educator?
Yes, so I think the main thing for us as educators in this context is really to essentially enable our students to do that, where what we're teaching students at the moment is still relatively low level. So exactly following up on the keynote with the different hierarchies that different technologies enable, what we're teaching students right now is, for example, how to code things. And in the future, they might not need to do that anymore, but they will need to be able to decide what is a good piece of code. Does it work in this particular context? Not only with respect to the technical aspects, but also with respect to ethical aspects that we talked about earlier. Is it a good idea to do this? Which is something that at the moment, at least we are not teaching our students at all. Is it a good idea to write this piece of code? This is not part of any subject. This is not part of any class. We're simply ignoring that, and this will become increasingly relevant in the future, because we will be operating at these higher levels where the lower level things like figuring out the syntax for this particular programming language and figuring out the particular API for this framework that I'm using is simply something that humans will not have to do anymore because we can do it automatically. So it's really about fundamentally changing what we teach people and how we teach people. And I think related to that, it's also going to be different on how we assess people, where we don't ask them a question and, well, here's the right answer, here's the wrong answer. You give the right answer, you get the points. You give the wrong answer, you don't get the points. There will be shades of gray. It will be, well, this is going in the right direction, but what about this other thing? It will be more of a continuous assessment that doesn't, here's the exam, and after the exam you're done with it and you can forget everything that you've learned because, well, you've done the exam and hopefully you passed. It will be much more of a continuous thing, and for that, higher education in particular, I think, will have to fundamentally change.
So I want to go to you next, Mike, and talk a bit about ensuring confidence from a security standpoint. You know, one of the things that I think, you know, we all know and we've discovered in many cases the hard way is that we don't exist as nations or groups in a vacuum. We're all connected physically. We're all connected together in cyberspace, right? And so what is being done from an international perspective to kind of develop what I would characterize as collective guardrails that both prevent us from veering in the wrong direction, but also prevent something adverse from happening. I mean, if I look at the example that Dr. Anash used, which was 80% of trading is done automated, you know, we learned the hard way that there needs to be guardrails that need to be in place in order to govern that. So can you talk a little bit about that topic?
You're not going to like the answer. So the answer is that there is no international push, right? There is no collaboration between us as a people to do that. Right now, guardrails are being defined, I will say, very much at, I'll say, regional spaces or within organizations that are more academic, technically related, right? So more within organizations that are interested in AI, right? They're not housed on a global scale. That is, it should be a concern to all of us in the room.
So if I read between the lines, what you're saying is we're going to take a crisis before we act.
We are repeating, I don't want to say mistakes of the past, but we are. If you look at adoption profiles for new technology, right? If you look at why we have quote-unquote cybersecurity crisis today in certain spaces, it is due to adoption rates of technologies because we're all excited about new technologies without consideration of the risks, right? And there's a balance between progress and cybersecurity in general, right? They are directly competing.
So let's think about the future, and I think how am I doing on time here, Duncan? Good, great. So let's think about the future a bit. The nature of what's happening now in the world is occurring very rapidly, and I even think about even the last few months of using ChatGPT in the workforce. It is rapidly evolving. And so I'd kind of like for you to, and we'll start off with you, Charles, think about what this future looks like, and what are some of the positive aspects that can come across, but also think about what are the challenges and comment also about the change in the workforce.
Sure. I want to reflect upon my age. I'm already 61 years old. So I was in the workforce in the 80s, and you'd always show up 10 minutes before your meeting to make sure you were always on time. And things just seemed to be slower then. You did inter-office memos, and maybe would send a fax. I was so excited to be part of the age of email, because you could use this thing that the citizens just found out, even though I worked for the government before, the internet, where you could type a memo and it instantly arrives. It doesn't have to be delivered by people. And then when I joined Microsoft in the early 90s, you could be so fast typing your documents, you don't need people to do it for you, send it in email, have it revised by a whole group of people. We were expecting massive gains in productivity. And then we started to schedule our own meetings. And then we started to overbook ourselves because we never gave ourselves travel time. And so then we were starting to show up late, and it was acceptable to show up late. Fast forward to what's happening now. With ChatGPT, like I'm working with multiple startup companies right now, and we have to build business plans. So I just ask some questions of ChatGPT, and out comes the outline of a business plan. And most of it is very good. But I'm still going to curate it. I don't completely trust ChatGPT because the training model for ChatGPT looks at all the patterns of the good works of all of you, and thank you for contributing to my business plan. But some of you might have thought differently than what I wanted to see in my business plan, so I still have to curate it. And I think it's just going to be, just like we expect to have things like Google Workspaces and Microsoft Office help us, and we have to learn how to use them best. The same thing is going to be true. If anybody's ever seen like the Microsoft keynotes at Build and OpenAI, they show that it's an AI-assisted world. Everything is AI. You don't need lawyers anymore because the AI will put that in the document for you. Well, that's not always the case. You still kind of need a lawyer, but you could accelerate the pace of things. So I think we're going to get used to the accelerated pace of business, but we'll still have to take the time to check it and make sure that it's correct, and then move it forward.
So I want to go to Mike next with the same question, and let me put some guardrails on you for a little bit, because cybersecurity guys tend to be always a little bit gloom and doom. So I want you to think about a positive future related to what this looks like, but also, you know, what are one or two things that we need to do to ensure that positive future?
No, fantastic. So believe it or not, I actually think that we have a huge opportunity here. So no one needs to raise their hand and tell me, but how many of you would have chosen a different, maybe innovative career path if you weren't, quote unquote, stifled by math and science and maybe the prospects of going into engineering? Just think about that, right? A handful of you maybe would have gone maybe a different path. Our future with AI surrounding us allows us to reduce the cognitive burden of knowing all of these fundamental details, right? We're not going to be asking our students to be creating programs from scratch. We're not going to be asking people to start from square one for everything, which now allows us to have a much richer, broader workforce from a variety of backgrounds, of disciplines, of ways of thought, where we can expand on human creativity, leverage that creativity to solve problems instead of focusing on, oh, can you get all these technical details correct, right? So now we have a future where we can pull in people thinking about problems in very different ways. Okay, the guardrails. Okay, we still need subject matter experts, right, to make sure that, well, that wild and crazy idea that I asked the AI to build and somehow came to fruition, still need to validate, still need to verify that that is something that is feasible. So I think it's actually a bright future, as long as we don't, well, okay, I won't go into gloom and doom. It's fine.
So, and lastly to you, Lars, and I know your area of expertise is bias in AI systems. Comment on the same thing. What does the future look like, and what are some things we need to do to ensure that future?
Yeah, I think the main thing is really to make sure that the human is maybe not necessarily in the loop, but at least being thought of when these systems are being designed, so that they actually do something that is useful to a human, and that might be replacing tedious math and coding and things like that. But I think we also have to think about this in a wider context, and in particular, this is relevant for this region because a lot of the AI systems are being developed in other countries, most notably the United States, and they encode the system of values and the culture that is prevalent there, which is natural because people who are working in those countries are doing this. But that means that we're not really thinking of the rest of the world, and that is not a good thing, right? Because, well, there's a lot of people in the rest of the world, even though people in the US sometimes tend to forget that. So that is something that should be taken into consideration and that needs to be somehow taken into account when building these systems and when designing these systems to make sure that it's really serving all of humanity in the end and not just specific regions, and then kind of leading to a kind of almost neo-colonialism where systems designed for a particular user audience are being deployed in different regions, and now the users can either conform to the expectations of the systems or not use the systems, which is not a particularly great choice. And this is certainly one of the big challenges at the moment because the kind of cultural norms and the biases that all of us have are not explicit. It is very difficult to even put that into some form where we can encode it in a system because it's just so second nature to us that we don't think about it. And of course, the AI systems don't know this, and this only comes out when something goes wrong, and sometimes it goes horribly wrong, and then we're like, oh, yes, okay, obviously I should have done this, I just didn't think about this. So how do we make sure that we take all of these considerations into account when building these systems so that we don't end up building things that don't work in general and that don't work for the entire population of the planet, but only for small specific segments of it?
Yeah, I can tell you from my own perspective that I'm very excited by the future. I think about when I was a student in school back in the early 1980s, you know, my method of research comprised of spending hours in a library, going through books, putting facts on index cards, and you know, my first computer program consisted of a box of punch cards. Charles knows this, that your worst nightmare was dropping that box and getting all your cards scattered away. And in just a very short period of time, and really just in my lifetime, we're now at a point where, you know, all that research is available to us at a moment's notice, and we can get in really intelligent, insightful things from an artificial intelligence. And so I'm very excited. So thank you very much, and thank you all in the audience for listening to our discussion. Thanks.
A special thanks to the panelists, Dr. Lars Kothov and Dr. Mike Borochik and Mr. Charles Archer, and also the moderator, the President of IIU, Dr. Michael Bishko, for already presented to you about the discussion panel. والحين حضورنا الكريم وصلنا معاكم إلى الاستراحة. Now is the time for the coffee break for 15 minutes. I would like to invite you to visit the booth in the left corner about the IPT, Institute for Private Training. حضورنا الكريم وصلنا معاكم إلى الاستراحة مدتها إن شاء الله ربع ساعة. ندعوكم إلى زيارة البوث على الجهة اليسرى من هذه القاعة تعرف أكثر على معهد التدريب الخاص، وإن شاء الله راح يكون عندنا نستكمل معاكم باقي الورش في هذه القاعة. القاعة با راح يكون عن موضوع إن شاء الله الذكاء الاصطناعي، أما بالقاعة الأخرى راح تكون على موضوع الأمن السبراني. So we're going to continue our workshop after 15 minutes. In this ballroom B, we're going to talk more about the workshops about the AI. And for the next ballroom, in the ballroom A, will be about the cybersecurity. Thank you so much for joining us. See you after 15 minutes. الحضور الكريم، دقائق ونبدأ معكم الورش لهذا اليوم للملتقى الذكاء الاصطناعي والأمن السبراني لدول مجلس التعاون الخليجي. فنرجو من الجميع الآن الجلوس في المقاعد ووضع الهواتف المحمولة على وضع الصامت. شكرا لتفهمكم وأيضا تعاونكم. Dear audience, we are about to begin, so please remain seated and turn your mobile phones to silent mode and to start our workshops for today. Thank you for your cooperation and attention. الحضور الكريم، والآن نبدأ معكم أولى ورشنا لهذا اليوم فيما يتعلق في موضوع الذكاء الاصطناعي. Now we're going to start the first workshop which already referred to the AI. So about the topic, we're going to discuss about the next generation AI opportunities for the GCC region, presented by the professor at the University of the Wyoming, leader of Mallet Lab, director of the AIM Center USA. So please welcome together Dr. Lars Kothoff.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thank you for the invitation and for having me. I want to talk a little bit about scale, specifically in the context of AI. So I will focus on AI because that's my area of expertise, and not so much on cybersecurity, but I believe we will hear more about that later. And I also want to highlight some of the challenges and some of the opportunities that come with current state-of-the-art AI, in particular some of the opportunities for the GCC region. So let me get started on this straight away. If there's only one thing that you take away from this talk, then please let it be this. I took this quote here from Harvard Business Review from, I believe this was only about 2 or 3 months ago. Because we hear a lot about AI and how it's going to replace humans, and I don't believe that this will be the case. I believe that instead, humans that use AI will replace humans that don't use AI. So that obviously has implications for, in particular, higher education. And I'm at an institution of higher education, so we think about that a lot. What should we do to address this challenge and to make sure that what we are teaching and that what we're giving our students remains relevant and prepares them for their future careers? So something for you to think about as well. And again, if you only take one thing away from this talk, let it be this, and let that guide what you do in the future. Okay, so let's talk about state-of-the-art AI a little bit, and in particular, large models. So you have obviously heard about large language models like ChatGPT. It turns out that these types of models can also do different things, like generate images. And it also turns out that this really only starts to happen if we scale these up to a really very large size. On the slide here, you can see comparison of different model complexities. On the left-hand side, we have a relatively small model with only 350 million parameters. And all of these models were given the same prompt to generate an image of a kangaroo wearing an orange hoodie and blue sunglasses standing on the grass in front of the Sydney Opera House, holding a sign on the chest that says, "Welcome, friends." The picture on the left is clearly not that at all. I mean, okay, it has orange and something that maybe if you squint looks a little bit like a kangaroo, but it is clearly very, very far from what we would want to see. Then as you scale this up, as you get into the billions of parameters, it becomes better and better until on the right-hand side, with the largest model that is considered here, 20 billion parameters, so roughly 2 orders of magnitude more than the smallest model here, produces something that is really quite good. It is a kangaroo, and it does stand in front of the Opera House in Sydney, etc., etc. So all of that seems to work pretty well. But we really only got there by scaling it up to this very, very large size. And this is actually something that is not very well understood at the moment. Why does this behavior emerge once we scale it up to a particular size? Something that scientists are currently working on. But my point is that we need something that is very, very large scale to achieve something that actually works in practice. Generates images, or ChatGPT, we've heard about this already, is another example of this, where at some point, at some scale, you just get behavior that gives you more or less what you want. Of course, it's not perfect. If you've played around with this, you will know this. But it is certainly much, much better than some of these smaller models here. Okay, so here's a kind of historical perspective on this. On the y-axis of this graph here, we have roughly the model scale, and on the x-axis, we have time. And as you can see, we get a lot of things that are much, much larger scale than what we had before, than even what we had a couple of years before. So the y-axis here is a log scale. So really what you're seeing here is essentially super exponential growth, explosion of the types of models that we're building in terms of their complexity, in terms of their degrees of freedom. And it turns out that this is really something fundamentally different to what we have seen before. Here's a slightly different version of the same graph. The lower line that you see here going back in the past is the usual Moore's law kind of thing, where we're roughly every 18 months to 2 years, we're doubling the speed of the processor or the capacity to process information. And then in the last couple of years, we see something that is very, very different from this. So we've really entered an era where we are seeing things scale at a quantitatively very different way to how it was scaling before. And you've seen this with the proliferation of specific AI chips. So this is not something that you can just do with any ordinary computer anymore, but for which you need very expensive, very specialized hardware that then enables you to build the types of models that we have seen before, in particular these really, really large-scale models. So we're really at a stage where we're seeing something that is fundamentally different in terms of the scale and in terms of the scaling that we have seen before. And as you can see, this is only accelerating. So we're getting larger and larger models. We need more and more capacity for that. And essentially what this translates to is that a smaller and smaller group of people can do this and can afford to do this in practice. Here's a graph from this year's AI Index report put together by a group at Stanford on the cost of training these different models. On the y-axis here, we have millions of US dollars. So we're talking about a very, very large investment that not anybody can do, and even smaller institutions cannot afford anymore. So even for something relatively small, like on the left-hand side here, we have GPT-2, so not something that's state-of-the-art anymore at all. So this comes in at about 50K, and these numbers are, of course, approximations and estimates, but this is still a substantial amount of money. This is not something that you can just run. This is not something that as a small startup or as a small institution you can just do. And that was essentially yesterday's generation of models. If we have a look at some of the other ones, we're looking at multi-million-dollar training processes. That's just to train the model. We're not talking about getting the data for doing that in the first place. We're not talking about getting the expertise for being able to do that. That's only, once we have everything else in place, how long does it take, and how much money does it take to actually do the computational task of building these large-scale models? And again, this is not something that you can just do. This is something that you really have to plan, and where you really have to be in a position where you can do that and also plan this. So again, for a small institution, this is simply not possible. And it's only going to get worse. This is the best estimate graph that I was able to find on this, and I don't really like this for reasons that I will get into in a second here, but we are roughly in the area where the cost of training these models cumulatively, all the models that are being used, doesn't really make much of an impact compared to the GDP of the United States in this case here. But this is accelerating, and this will grow exponentially in the next decade or so. So this is really something that's going to happen not only within our lifetimes, but really, really soon. Now, the reason why I don't like this graph is because it somehow seems to assume that the cost of training these models will exceed the US GDP, which is of course not possible because it's part of the GDP. But my takeaway from this projection here is that at some point, the costs of training these models, which at the moment are negligible in the big picture of things, will have a significant impact on the GDP of even a large country like the United States. So this is not something that we will be able to just do anymore, but it's something that will really change fundamentally the way that things are done. And that's, again, only the cost of training these models. So talking about getting the hardware and then paying for the electricity and the upkeep of the servers, et cetera, et cetera. That's not talking about training the people to do this, getting the data, and so on and so forth. There's, of course, a much larger picture here, because in addition to having that impact on GDP, we can also have a look at the economic impact in general. So what will people be able to do that they currently cannot do? What kind of industries will emerge that currently do not exist? How will existing industries change, et cetera, et cetera? So lots of things happening, and this is one projection here from McKinsey. You can, of course, find your favorite one. The main takeaway from this is really that the impact will be massive. This is not something that we will have a look at in about 5 to 10 years' time and say that, oh yeah, but that was kind of an interesting thing. It will change everything, and it will have a massive economic impact. Here's a different way of looking at this. This slide is unfortunately a couple of years old, so this is the best information I was able to find on this. In particular, this is pre-ChatGPT and large language models, so this will look slightly different now, but you can still see that it will have a massive impact worldwide. So if we quantify that in terms of percentage of the GDP that is potentially going to be increased because of applications of AI, we're talking about massive impacts. One of the things that you might notice here is that this region, the GCC region, isn't even broken out on that graph. There's kind of a rest of the world, bunched in with a whole bunch of other countries. So something for you to think about, and something for the policy leaders here to think about: how can we get the GCC region on this map here to show that it is actually a key player in AI and will be able to capitalize on these developments, and then also do something with everything that's happening there. Taken from the OECD report on AI, and you can find the full report there, I've grabbed two of the key takeaways here. What do countries need to do? What do regions like the GCC region need to do to capitalize on all of this? Well, let me read this out to you. AI is transforming economies and promising new opportunities for productivity. Hopefully I've convinced you of that already. Growth and resilience. Countries are responding with national AI strategies to capitalize on these transformations. Does Kuwait have a national AI strategy? Well, that's something to think about, but it's certainly necessary to, as it says here, capitalize on this. However, no country today has sufficient data on or a targeted plan for national AI compute capacity, which, as we have seen, will be crucial to leveraging these developments, because this is a large part of building these models, and that this is a crucially enabling part for building these models. Without having the compute, we don't need to talk about the expertise, and we don't need to talk about the data, because you might have both of these, but you will not be able to leverage this. And this is becoming more and more important, and a higher and higher part of things like a country's GDP, as we have seen on some of the previous slides. This policy blind spot could jeopardize economic goals. And this is, again, I think in particular relevant for this region, because the economies right now are largely based on natural resources and tourism, and at least natural resources is going through a couple of changes. So one of the opportunities there is to shift the economy to things like AI and things like the knowledge economy that we've heard about more in the keynote earlier today. But for that, it's going to be necessary to have a national policy, because this is really something so large that it needs a national level policy to really leverage it and to really take advantage of it. This is not something that an individual institution can do on their own, in particular if it's a smaller institution in a smaller country. This is something where multiple large entities have to get together and really decide that we're going to do this and we're going to plan this so that we can reap the advantage of this in the future. What might that look like? I've taken this picture here from the same OECD report. Obviously, an AI policy has many, many different parts, and some of them are highlighted here on this slide. Lots of different things that I would be happy to answer questions to, but in the interest of time, will not go into in detail. However, of course, education is obviously a large part of this, and in particular here, AIU is really poised to play a key role in making something like this happen, of course, if there is the political will to do this and to really put forward a national AI policy. So this is an opportunity for the GCC region as a relatively small region that is more nimble than some of the larger regions where more people have to get together and agree on something. So here's an example of that, what's happening in Europe with respect to this at the moment, in particular AI compute capacity. It turns out nothing much really. So here's a petition that a lot of people have signed on making something like this happen, and this was signed by a lot of prominent researchers because they essentially saw that the politicians are not doing anything. This is a need that really needs to be addressed at the very high, in this case, European level, and nothing is happening. So some pressure from the ground to make that happen. Is it actually going to happen? Well, we will have to wait and see. You might have seen this. This just happened the other week. There is now somewhat of a AI policy, not quite an AI policy, in the United States. So the White House has put out an executive order. There's not quite the same thing, and in particular, it doesn't really address the compute angle at all. But at least something is happening there at the national level, as opposed to currently the EU. But it turns out that actually the GCC region is well ahead of both of these other regions, because the United Arab Emirates does actually have a national policy on AI. And I've taken this one figure from the national policy on AI. So it turns out that in this respect, this region is actually leading in the world, but it feels that more could be done there. In particular, this only involves one country of the region, and we're here in a different country. It feels like you could join forces and then build something larger that can really address the larger challenges in the same way that this is done in the US, or people are trying to do this in the US, and people want the EU to do this. But again, being a smaller region and more nimble, this feels like it should be possible easier, maybe, in particular because one of the countries in the region has already kind of shown the way and shown that this is possible if the political will for that exists. So, with that, I am almost out of time. I wanted to leave a little bit of time for questions, so let me leave you with this slide here, and let's work to put the GCC region on this map rather than just lumping it together with the rest of the world. Thank you. And I would be happy to take any questions if I have time. I have time. 3 minutes. Any 3-minute questions?
Thank you, Lars. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So you touched on country AI strategy. Could you drill a little bit deeper what that means for the private sector, for companies operating in this region, if there was an AI strategy in place?
Yeah, so I think the particular opportunity there are essentially public-private partnerships, because building an AI compute capacity that can compete with the likes of Microsoft and OpenAI is not something that any individual country or any individual company can do on their own. But of course, it's also not something where the benefit should be just for public institutions, for example. This doesn't really make sense, because there is so much happening in the private sector there. And we've seen recently an example in Europe where a private company, Aleph Alpha, has raised about $500 million, so relatively small change worldwide, but very large change for Europe, to build something to counter OpenAI, essentially. So I think that public-private partnerships are going to be a key piece in this, both in terms of putting together the investment to make all of this happen, but then also reaping the benefits from it, so that it doesn't only benefit public institutions, for example, but that there's also increased entrepreneurial activity and increased benefits for companies that might not be AI companies, but that can leverage AI to improve their production processes or their operations in general.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I really enjoyed your presentation. I have a question regarding the information. Do you have to have a good database in order to be able to put Kuwait on the map that you showed? So I know that you're an expert in machine learning and database and all these things. One of the challenges is to have a good database. So what do you think about that? Thank you.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Of course, you need good data for all of this to happen, and this is one of the things that we briefly touched on in the panel earlier, that it doesn't only need to be good data, but it also needs to be something that is relevant to the particular region. So it doesn't really matter if you have very, very good data, but it's specific to the United States, for example, because that's not going to help Kuwait. So this is obviously a crucial part of all of this, and this would also have to be part of a national AI strategy, for example.
Another thing is the fuzzy logic. Do you think that fuzzy logic can play a role in machine learning and, getting the artificial intelligence into the map?
Yes, absolutely, and it also does. So this is not as prevalent as some of the other machine learning techniques in practice at the moment, but there's certainly research happening in that area, and I expect that this will become increasingly relevant as well. In particular, when we're talking about things like uncertainty quantification, where you don't only want the answer from your large language model, but you also want to have some idea of how certain the model is that this is the correct answer, or maybe there are alternative answers, so that you could explore that together with the machine, kind of as a human in the loop kind of system.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity. My question would be, in most of the region rely on the government basically to support any project like this. It's a huge project. So did you feel that you have a positive feedback from our government to go ahead with the AI?
That's a very good question. It's my first time in Kuwait, so I'm not sure if I can really answer this. I would just say that, well, this summit is happening, this forum is happening, so that must be a good sign, and there are representatives from government here as well, I believe, so that is certainly a good sign, and a sign that this region is going in the right direction, in my opinion. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, one
more question.
One more question?
Quick question, I promise. A long way from Wyoming. Welcome to Kuwait. On the cost side, you mentioned that the exponential growth in the cost. Now, technology drives the price of a lot of things down to zero. What's the main component that's driving up cost? Is it just the surge in demand, or is it the cost of the compute, the hardware, the data centers?
Yeah, it's a combination of everything. So on one hand, as I said at the beginning, these models are becoming larger and larger, and this just requires exponentially more compute. So it's not that if you double the size of the model, you will need twice as much compute, but you might need a factor of 10 or even 100 in some cases. But it's also demand, because especially now, when people are seeing what you can do with large language models, and they're thinking, hey, hang on, I could be using that for my business, or I could be using that in my university. So there's a lot more demand for these kinds of things than there was before, and it's a combination of those. I expect that eventually technological advances will definitely, well, maybe not drive down the cost, but help at least mitigate the problems with this exponential growth. But it's still going to be much, much more than it is at the moment, because it will become just much, much more prevalent, and we will train much, much larger models.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A special thanks to the Dr. Lars Kothe for his wonderful presentation. And now is the time to the award ceremony to award also our speakers. So the president of AIU, Dr. Michael Bishko, and the organizing committee of AIU will gonna award the Dr. Lars Kothe. Thank you so much for joining us. ونستكمل معكم حضورنا الكريم هذه الورشة، ونحن نعتز جدا في مشاركاتكم وأيضا أسئلتكم التي تصب دائما في مصلحة هذا الملتقى. We're going to continue your audience about our workshops for today. I also appreciate your questions and also your comments. It will be leading for the success for the forum. Now we're going to go over our second workshop for today. I'm already looking to him right now. So we're going to next topic about the next generation threat vectors, embedding AI, redefining value and risk. So presented by the professor at the University of Central Florida and the director of the Draco Lab USA. Please welcome Dr. Mike Barochek.
All right, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the warm welcome. And I promise to not be all doom and gloom, as was alluded to earlier on the panel discussion. So I'm going to dive right in. I am sandwiched between two experts in the space of artificial intelligence. I work at the intersection in the cybersecurity space. So, really high level. Oh, you know that I'm going to walk around. Somehow you can see that I like to walk. All right. Ooh, too loud. Okay. Cybersecurity today. Brief refresher. We usually care about information, data security. Okay. Usually that is whether or not our data is available. Hasn't changed, that we can maintain integrity of that information, and when needed to confidentially move that data around. So, what are the risks today? What are the risks we usually care about? Social engineering, how we've configured information, our setups behind the scenes, dealing with poor cyber hygiene. How many of you reuse passwords? Don't raise your hand, don't tell me. Poor data management. You store all this data, this information, and it's just sitting around somewhere, being shared around. What is the quality of that data and information? Then we have actual threats. People are developing threats actively against us. There are bugs in the things we develop. And finally, we actually have truly malicious actors, either insiders or external actors. All right, our biggest challenge, humans. We are all the biggest challenge to maintaining cybersecurity. I'm not even gonna get into the robots. I should have actually asked in terms of time, but I'm just gonna wing it. It'll be fine. We rely a lot on external sources to be able to support our stance technology-wise. We use a lot of third-party applications, cloud-based solutions, a lot of external devices. We're not creating everything from scratch. And then there's this issue in terms of the development of anything that we do, theory, design versus implementation, that we often don't recognize or deal with. How do we minimize risks and challenges? How have we done it in the past? Start with automation, right? We've been automating things for a long time. Speed and volume of attacks that happen when we deal with cybersecurity, we basically need to automate processes. Okay, the big one that we won't talk about too much, but is actually fundamental to everything, education, all right? Because humans present the greatest risk to our future of cybersecurity, security of our systems, we need to find ways of educating everyone, not just our current workforce, future workforces. How do we build interest? How do we create a future society where we have people that are excited and able and willing to help us to build a more secure future? All right, and finally, how do we actually scale this? We've been talking all about artificial intelligence. Most of the time, we talk about using artificial intelligence to help us build more cybersecurity or to enhance our cybersecurity posture. Again, for a lot of reasons we've already heard. AI can help decrease human cognitive load. It can also help decrease the complexity of a system in terms of what we have to do. There's a lot of different things in here that I'm not going to talk about, but if you are interested in the technical details, we can definitely do that one-on-one or later on. So, with AI in the loop, what is the risk profile? We're talking about adding in AI. Does that help strengthen or weaken our cybersecurity posture? That's an open question. What do you think? So, there's a lot up here. I don't expect you to pull it all out. What I want you to see, and you've already seen it in the other presentations, growth and scale of the problem. So you can look at how large the industry is going to be. And as Lars also mentioned, my slides here don't include, this is a little bit older, don't include large language models in these projections and forecasts. But the size of the growth of the market is huge. What I want you to see, I don't think I have a laser pointer on here, which is why I love that I can walk. It's blurry, but when we talk about AI, it's not just the software. It is the growth of hardware, software, and services. It might be hard to recognize, but the biggest projected growth is actually hardware needed to do the AI. So when you consider risks, it's not just the software. It's the whole ecosystem. All right. Not going to get into lecture mode. As a faculty member, I sometimes want to do that. Really basic pipeline that you can find. Many different ones exist. People already know that there's risks with using artificial intelligence. You can corrupt an artificial intelligence system, right? If you have bad data, if you have data that you can somehow poison, you can basically manipulate the outcomes of a model. You can also manipulate the quality of the information that comes out of a model, right? These already exist. These attack vectors already exist. There's also some advanced attacks. I'm not going to get into that right now. The point is that we already are attacking AI systems. So, and here's my bombshell here. I propose that where we place our value is going to change. Historically, we've placed value on data in terms of where the asset is, like what our assets are. So, more value placed on your data, bigger the target. No matter how many controls you put in place, somebody who wants access to your data will work very hard to get to it. All right? Especially if you place more and more value on that data. Become a bigger target. All right, adversaries tend to find a way. So, what becomes valuable? So, if raw data is becoming less and less valuable, the ways that we are securing that information also become less valuable. Just as a little example, because I like to give examples. February 7th, 2023, a lightweight cryptographic algorithm was selected. You're moving data in IoT networks between places. You're going to use some standard mechanism to do that. So February 2023. We asked the question, all right, there's this new standard that was selected. How well does it do? Well, I don't expect you to see the graph, but the takeaway. The fundamental component to every single candidate for this secure operation, we're able to break within 150 operations. So, brand new algorithm selected in February, broken, well, actually before the selection was made. That's not the point. Point is that we're creating things to be secure, but they're all vulnerable already. Okay. Trying not to be doom and gloom here. So, what happens? If our raw data is becoming less valuable, what is valuable? What do you think it is? For me, I think it's the decisions and predictions, the models that we're creating. That's where our value is going to be. What will differentiate you isn't the data. It's the amount of time and money you invest in creating those models. The models become your asset. So, huge amounts of cost. Lars did a great job of already talking about where some of those costs come from. So we have companies that are probably spending millions and millions of dollars creating their own language models. So we have NVIDIA here to make their designers more productive. Pre-train on domain-specific data. So they've taken data from basically their operation, fed it in, must have a huge amount of data that they believe and trust. And where do they take it? They took it from internal repositories of code and text, including architecture documents, design documents, and NVIDIA's source code. So they took all of their proprietary data and shoved it into a model. And that's the valuable part. Anybody concerned? Lars, are you concerned? Yeah, all right, Lars is shaking his head, and he's an expert. So, okay. What are the known risks? What are the already known risks of doing this? Large language models like ChatGPT. Microsoft, November 10th, that was a few days ago. Microsoft is one of the major funders and backers of ChatGPT. Microsoft temporarily blocked employees from using ChatGPT. Okay, all right, wheels should be turning. Don't use it because it's an external service, poses privacy and security risks. All right, see other companies have done the same. I should mention that Microsoft a day or two later was like, that was a mistake, we didn't mean to block it. All right, but there's a lot of risks already inherent in using large language models where you can actually expose information, right? All right, I'm not going to get into too much of the technical detail, just want to expose that there are issues. All right. There are also ways of extracting information out of large language models. So you can take a model and try to figure out what data was used. So I've used all of this very proprietary information. And if somebody gets access to my model, how much of my intellectual property can they recover? All right. I'm not going to go too much into detail here, except to say that we are working on a lot of different attack vectors. We are thinking about what is the future of our adversaries. Who are going to, like, basically, who is trying to extract information from us? And so the very last thing here, we're actually looking at attacking deployed models just to see what's theoretically possible. So, get called out a lot for doom and gloom. And I like to bring this back into reality, so hype versus reality. If you search for this book, there are, well, proof of concept or that acronym, if you know it, you know it. But what we're going to look at is 2 AI-infused scenarios. We're going to take a look at what happens if you were considering using AI in your space. One of them, custom IoT edge device. How many of you might consider IoT edge devices? Anybody thinking about IoT? Internet of Things, smart cities? Moving information around? All right, so imagine that you have custom edge devices that are doing some custom function, custom model that you've developed. All right, could I extract information? The other one, distributed, decentralized, autonomous, fuzzy logic agents. I didn't modify this slide after the question. We'll take a look at both of these real quick, just to see what's possible. All right, a lot going on here. But what you need to look at is, can we extract machine learning model parameters through indirect observation of IoT device? So you've got an IoT device, you've spent $50,000, $100,000, $500,000 creating models. That's a lot of money that you've invested. And as an attacker, what happens if I can just find one of these IoT devices that's out in the open in your smart city, and what happens if I can extract that information? Puts you at a very big disadvantage, right, if I can exfiltrate information. So is it possible, right? The answer is yes. By just observing the power consumed on a device, I can start to figure out what kind of machine learning model you're running. I can also detect perhaps the parameters you used. And I can do this with a $50 part. So you spent $500,000 creating your amazing machine learning model, and with $50, I extract $500,000 worth of your intellectual property. That should be pause for concern, right? Okay, let's go a little bit further. Let's say that I have distributed drone swarm that is using a very complex model or complex high-cost model. Can I create an adversarial drone that now enters your swarm? I'll give you a little example. I think video is going to help. All right, so on the left, actual drone swarm. We'll see it in a second. Its objective is to encircle a target. I promise it's working. It's a very large video file. We'll see the last image will be You'll see the actual little drones flying, just to show you that this is a real system. Oh yeah, sure. The little shadows are drones, I promise. You can look up this full video later if you want. So the question is, can we replicate the model by observation alone? All right, 5 agents is not the 100 agents you just saw, but we're able to recreate the exact same behavior through observation alone. You're like, so what? What if I have knowledge of this and I can replicate it? And I'm now able to corral your drone swarm to prevent it from doing its objective function. I had this distributed system using a highly complex model that I spent millions of dollars on, and I'm able to basically infiltrate and render it useless. There are risks, all right? Just because we've used AI, any other advanced technology, does not mean that we have automatically increased our level of security in our system. All right, here are my big takeaways. Unlike Lars, I put it at the end. Maybe I should have put it at the beginning. 1, how many of you have heard trust but verify? How many of you have heard that term? Put in that order. I argue we need to flip it. Verify, then trust, and then repeat. This is not a static process. My big one, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. Okay? Invest in the educational process. Invest in educating your current and future workforce. How are you going to get the workforce of tomorrow? How are you going to take the current workforce that is going to be dealing with the fact that there is now AI infused throughout and make sure that they are able to work in the space that they're in? It's not a trivial process. It doesn't just happen. All right. Hopefully I've left enough time for questions. I think I made up the time. So what do you want? What do you want to know about? And hopefully it wasn't too doom and gloom.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mike, for the very valuable presentation. My name is Hassan Baidas. I'm an investor in AI. My question, I would like you to wrap up in how will the next generation AI impact the ethical and the moral landscape of societies?
Oh, okay, so let me repeat the question just so I make
sure. Yes, how will the next generation AI impact the ethical and moral landscape of societies?
Yeah, so impact on the moral and ethical landscape of society. That is a great question, and I should say that I don't want to wear my tinfoil hat. I don't know. I really don't know how it's going to impact our future. It's going to come down to us, right? We are going to have some amount of guardrails put in place. But right now, the huge power behind the systems we're talking about is they're accessible to anyone to some extent. And so the cybersecurity space has been filled with this question for a long time in terms of you have access to these resources. And my hope is that we end up using AI for good. But in the cybersecurity space, there will always be actors that shift that moral compass and will use it for malicious intent. So I don't know what the future holds. I hope that we all use it for good. But I know that there will be actors always that shift that to unfortunately not do that, which is why it's so hard. Sorry for a non-answer there.
Hi, my name is Ali Hassan. I work with a governing body in one of the public institutions in Kuwait. We just wanted to ask, because we have a culture of mainly centralized governing bodies in Kuwait. For example, Citra, Central Bank, and so forth. So my question is, does that help being centralized within an AI? And because, yeah, I guess that's more of a political question here, but should it be decentralized and monitored, or should it be centralized and monitored similar to how we used to work in the past? Thank you.
A great question. And so I will always defer to decentralized models. And my usual response for decentralized models is that you mitigate risk if you decentralize. Now, that comes with additional complexity. The moment you decentralize anything, including what we're talking about here, your risk is that that you have communication now between in your decentralized model, right? You have to somehow have nodes connecting and talking to one another. But in general, your risk decreases in a decentralized space. Centralized spaces generally suffer from an attack or anything against that centralized space takes out the whole space. So, yep.
Excuse me here. Yeah, I'm here. Arish Deep from American International University. I have a question, please, about education. Actually, it's going, it's big discussions, big debate around the world. How, if we want to conceptualize, okay, the AI literacy, how can we define it?
How do we define AI literacy?
Yes.
That's a fantastic question. I should mention that half of my research is actually in the space of education. AI literacy is going to shift from the technical space of developing AIs to use of AIs. And I think that literacy for AI systems will become equivalent to today's computer literacy for students. It's not about do you know how to type, right? I mean, that's a small part of it. It's going to be much broader in terms of do you understand where AI exists within the world around you, right? So first, it's an understanding. It's allowing our future generations to understand that AI permeates our world and what influences it might have in our world so that you're cognizant of its limits and how it might be influencing your space. So I think that that's where you start. And then, of course, you can go very technical, right, for those that want to go into it. But I think for most of society, it's not the inner workings of how AI works. It's where is it? How does it influence my daily life? And what are the limits? Where does it work well? And how might it be biased in certain spaces, right? Alluding to some things that Lars mentioned earlier, an AI system that's developed in one space doesn't necessarily translate well to another space. An example that we used yesterday at dinner was actually about autonomous vehicles. And that there are certain characteristics of how we might operate our vehicles that don't match from one country to another, right? So we joke in the States about drivers from certain cities, right, that they drive differently. You can imagine that if a model was created and trained off of data from somebody driving in one city, that a vehicle that now enters a different city that's been trained on this data would behave in a way that is not expected, right? Understanding that as a citizen is important. Maybe not for driving, but yeah. Anyways, very good question.
Hello, I'm here. First of all, I want to thank you for such a brief presentation. My name is Ikra, and I'm a student at AIU, and I'm doing my bachelor's in biomedical engineering. I wanted to ask that, do we have to have a degree of bachelor's like in computer science or anything related to computers? Because my degree is completely different, and if I want to go into AI or cybersecurity in the future, does my degree have to be related to something in AI? Thank you.
Great question, and I would argue that moving forward, you're going to see a lot more interdisciplinary work, right? Our society has already seen computing span a lot of disciplines, right? So in the biomedical space, you have bioinformatics, you have a lot of use of computing. AI will permeate as well. Cybersecurity will permeate or should permeate. So having content matter experts that then can collaborate or have some knowledge of these other spaces is incredibly valuable. So the short answer is, I don't believe so. I don't believe that you should limit yourself based off of a certain pathway, an undergraduate pathway, and say, oh, well, cybersecurity is somebody else's problem or AI is somebody else's problem. It requires expertise from different domains to be successful. So follow your passion. sure I'm out of time. And then some.
Special thanks to Dr. Michael Barocek for his wonderful presentation. Now is the time for the award ceremony. So the president of AIU will gonna award our speaker for today, Dr. Mike Barocek. Thank you so much for joining us. حضورنا الكريم، نحن الآن في استراحة قصيرة، سنستكمل معكم باقي الورش في الساعة 12:10. Now is the time for the short break. We're gonna start our next workshop at 12:10 p.m. Stay tuned. and attention. حضورنا الكريم نستكمل معكم برنامج هذا الملتقى. Now we're going to continue the program of this forum. So our next workshop will be the topic about the next frontier, AI and cybersecurity, an era of advancement, presented by the Salesforce consultant and the Microsoft executive, Mr. Charles Archer. Please proceed to the stage.
Hello. I want to thank you for being here today. I'm truly delighted to be sharing my experiences with you, and I hope that you can gain some wisdom. Oh, great, a clicker. I hope you can gain some wisdom, and I have a lot to cover today, so feel free to ask questions towards the end, and if there's anything that we don't address that you'd like to speak to me afterwards, I will be around all day. I came all the way from Seattle for you. There's my LinkedIn address if you want to connect as well. And I want to cover some of the things from our history to what's going on now and what's moving forward in industry. So here's the agenda of the topics I'll cover. A little bit about me, overview, just to make sure that people are on a similar page. I know that we have many different skill levels, knowledge levels in the audience. We'll talk about why are we doing all this and what we're trying to do. Will AI replace jobs? And all the rest of the stuff up there. You can read it. I'll go to the next slide because I got a lot to cover. So a little bit about me. When I was around 5 or 6 years old, maybe I was watching too much science fiction, I remember having a dream that there was a human body on a platform and I was kind of operating on electronics because it was a human android. And that stuck with me. Stuck with me when my father had his tool and die shop and he asked me to help us as a tool and die apprentice. And we had to do fancy mathematics for the curve of the thing that would stamp the metal in a progressive machine. And when I used my first programmable calculator, and I thought, this is great that we can do math so fast on a programmable calculator. That influenced me to go to college for a computer science degree, and I graduated back when our fearless leader here, Dr. Pishko, says, my first programming class, we made punch cards, and computers would ingest like a whole stack of cards, and each one was kind of like lines of instruction. We've come a long way since then. My major at the time, believe it or not, was a focus on AI, because AI was a thing back then as well. We used a language called Lisp, which was hard to read, but a lot of fun. Also focused on data communications and networking, because I knew that computers together were going to be a lot stronger than just a single one. And also audio and video, because I've been a hobbyist as a kid, and I always had this dream that one day we'd all be able to create rich audios and videos and share them. First job out of college was on a mainframe environment, on a parking ticket system. One day, after installing a whole system, we were in the network control center, monitoring the traffic to make sure it works. And then, hey, look, there's our manager. He just logged into email. Oh, look, he's sending a message to the office manager in Orange County. Oh, look, they're having an affair. And he didn't realize that we could read his email because it was in the clear. That was the first time I realized if it's not encrypted, people could read it. And encryption wasn't talked about back then. From there on, I went to work for the US government, and I got to work on the internet before most people actually used it. And it was most about productivity. And we'd always think, who would get access to this system? It was like, who could get through the front door? So we stopped the hacking from that. Next phase, I worked for a company because I thought connectivity and email is everything. One day we'll all be connected to the internet. And I wanted to make that happen. And of course, hacking was the thing that we looked at. And then after that, I was at Microsoft. 18 years. I felt extremely privileged to be at the center of the world, where we brought you the internet. We brought you tools that would scale. my team produced sessions that would teach you how to, all the training from TechNet. Anybody remember TechNet out here? I know some of the old guys in the front do. And we predicted the internet video tidal wave, spoke with Bill Gates about it, and we came super close to buying YouTube when they were just born. But that's a whole other story for another time. But at Microsoft, they lost a lawsuit in around 2005. Somebody said, hey, I wrote a document, and it was anonymous. I submitted it to somebody on a floppy disk. They found out who I was. Why? Because in the metadata about document, it had the author's name in it, and they didn't know it was there. So that completely changed privacy rules at Microsoft, and I had to make that effective throughout the whole Windows group. So I became very focused on personal data, security, and did a lot of inventions that used AI. Later on, I went to some startups, worked with them, did some more inventions, again, focusing on AI, automation. Went back to the corporate world, helped move to the cloud. If you've ever seen videos of data centers, most of the blinky light machines are storage boxes. NetApp was a leader in storage boxes. Along comes the cloud and says, why don't you just put your storage in the cloud? Why are you selling these boxes anyway? And me and the team from Microsoft that moved to NetApp said, it's all about the software. The software that NetApp used made much more efficient storage boxes and enabled you to move your workloads throughout the cloud. So we kept NetApp alive. Then I joined a company to help move them to the cloud. They did government software. And one of the pitches that I would share with the customers who were fearful of moving to the cloud, I said, you know, you hear about the city of Atlanta, how their whole government systems were shut down by a ransomware attack? If you come with us to the cloud, we'll be running on Azure. That probably won't happen. Can't guarantee it won't, but it probably won't. And after Excella, Salesforce found me. I got to work on their platform to help developers be more productive. But one of my jobs, we discovered a vulnerability in our code. We have to fix it quickly. And I like to say that we left doors and windows open. Developers took advantage of it. But the hackers, if they found out about it, they had to change it. So we had to update the software. And this is why you see Windows update. You see Apple giving updates. Your phone has updates. So we had to update the Salesforce software without disrupting our customers' business. And since Salesforce recently, I've been working on startups for personal data, privacy, AI, and so on. That's a little bit about me, and that's why I'm going to share these stories with you. So, would you be curious to see what ChatGPT says that what the definition of cybersecurity is? I was, so I looked it up. And they're pretty good, because they took the information that's from you, from the authors, from the speakers that just spoke up here, and it pretty much describes what cybersecurity is. You know, preventing bad actors from doing bad things, from taking your data, whether it's on the network or cloud. And then I thought I'd ask ChatGPT, what are the top focus areas of ChatGPT? And again, it came up with some pretty good answers. You know, the top 10, they're pretty self-explanatory, from just prevent bad stuff from happening, make sure your network doesn't get broken into, protect your phones, protect your Macs and your PCs for people accessing, breaking into them, have encryption on the wire, make sure your data is secure and encrypted. So all pretty good stuff is in the public domain that the models have been trained on. Now we come to best practices. Again, I've been in the industry for 40 years, and these are things that you just have to do, or else your business could suffer. The first one, I think, while I was at Microsoft in the mid-2005 or 6, we called it least user access. For any software application you use, what's the least thing that they could touch for the thing to function? Because if they had more than that, they could break in, they could get compromised. So giving minimum access. The second one, Salesforce is really good with doing this for its own workforce. Every so often I get an email that says, oh, you have this new document that you need to look at from this other group. And something about that email seemed a little fishy, fishy being the key word, because if you clicked on it, it wasn't a PDF, it was some kind of malware or link to try to gain your credentials. So Salesforce trained the workforce to spot what looked like phishing emails. And it's very important to train your people in your workforce. Another one is having very strong passwords and changing them frequently. How many people keep the same password? No, don't raise your hand. I'm just repeating Dr. Mike here. And obfuscate entry points. And when I'm talking about entry points here, I'm talking about application entry points because they have known memory addresses and also operating systems. So most of you have heard of the Linux operating system. And one of my colleagues from Microsoft is the CEO of Polyverse Corporation. They scramble the addresses inside the operating system to prevent common attacks like a buffer overrun. That's right, attackers, if they know where the address is on an operating system, they could pretty much exploit it, blow it up, get in there and take over. And his system will obfuscate those entry points. Again, endpoint management, make sure your phones and laptops are secure and they're on VPNs. And then there's this thing called zero trust cloud architectures. Because in the old days, it used to be, okay, we have a whole perimeter, security perimeter around the data center, don't let people in. But now, distribution is, as Dr. Mike said, decentralized. Cloud architectures went from monolith to microservices, and these microservices are distributed. Zero trust protocols. Another key factor is to observe and monitor everything and look for patterns. We could even use AI to look for patterns of bad things happening, and we can remediate them rapidly. And when you use AI, always make sure you have humans in the loop to mitigate. So I think I'm repeating themes that we've already heard earlier today, so it's a good thing. How many people have ever heard of the Motley Fool? It's an investor. There you go, the investors in the audience have. So I like their kind of description for people that are not expert in AI and cybersecurity. They just pretty much machine learning. And in my experience, large data sets, let's train it to recognize patterns and keep things compliant or show us where opportunities are. Neural networks, we talked earlier on the fabulous keynote, we heard about making decisions. Well, neural networks is the beginning of making decisions the same way that the human brain does. Put Charles in a box and see how he thinks. Natural language processing, isn't it great when you can just talk to your phone and it understands the commands you're putting in there? And one thing I would change on robotics, it's not just my smart vacuum cleaner or the things that puts my new car together. It's also software robotics, things that will do automatic trading. Again, we heard that in the fabulous keynote. My nephew actually works in Brooklyn for a quant computer company, and they use advanced quantitative mathematics to make a whole lot of money through software robots. So I couldn't resist asking ChatGPT what's its definition of AI was, to see what was in all of our collective brains. And there's the notion of narrow or weak AI. In other words, Siri in your phone is focused on understanding your language. It's focused on collecting data from everybody who's talking into Siri, taking that data and making it recognize better over time. In fact, I remember when speech recognition was like an 80% to 20% barrier. You can never get above 80% accuracy. We're beyond that now because these systems are getting better. And then, of course, we have general or strong AI. What was the prediction? 20, 25 years, we'll have that Android robot that I was dreaming of working around. Hopefully I'll be involved with that. And then, of course, they break it down into machine learning, which is typically big data is processed looking for patterns, or deep learning, which is more like ChatGPT is deep learning example. Now remember, I went to college, I had an AI major, and I was in the 80s. But if you think about it, AI really is computer science because it accelerates what humans do and it does it faster. And who programs AI? Humans. So we have this whole timeline here. I know we saw lots of timelines, but the reason why I picked this particular one, look at 2016, this thing called Tay. Anybody remember Tay, Microsoft's Tay? And it was a big thing where I was in Seattle because Tay was a chatbot that tried to learn based upon input, or early form of prompt engineering, and people were messing with its mind and made it get mean and nasty, so they had to take it down. That's why I think it's a great example. You have to be careful about the data you put in because it might make the system unsafe. And then, of course, now people are going even beyond general AI and talking about super AI. That's when the AIs get together and get even more scary. And we could have Dr. Doom tell us what will happen there. I just wanted to put this slide up because it's pretty. Okay, and also, I got to ask this question. Has anybody in the audience not used ChatGPT or anything similar? It's okay if you raise your hand. Okay, because when you use ChatGPT, you're using this whole amazing pyramid of complex systems. Earlier on, we saw slides, and I have a few myself, that show the massive growth and the massive cost. To build ChatGPT, you have to build it on top of expensive cloudware, and then expensive software that has millions of dollars for the large language models. And then the orchestration for the processes in between systems. And of course, you have to fine-tune it because it's never right the first time. All the way up to the top, where you have to keep the model safe, or else Tay gets out of the box again. Okay, I borrowed this slide from Salesforce because I like it. It's the Salesforce Customer 360. They do everything to help you keep your customer happy. And they do it all across vertical industries. It includes analytics, connectivity, the platform that I worked on, the Lightning platform. Like, name the industry: energy industry, finance industry, health industry, manufacturing, technology. Who doesn't want to increase productivity and do it in a safe way? Have governance and compliance so that you don't get shut down by the authorities, or that you actually do things right. And we all want to get relevant information from everywhere, connect to everything, increase our profits, faster time to market, make optimal costs for doing business. So what are the best practices to do that? Well, you really need to have clear objectives. Just like humans are programming AI, when you set a course and you don't go, and you're not clear about where you're going, how do you know when you're going to get there and you might hit the rocks? Always think security first. Nowadays, if you get a bad actor in the system, the whole show could be over. Understand the government's compliance. Laws are changing rapidly. We've heard that in earlier sessions. Thank you, Dr. Lars. And hopefully we'll have more enforcement on data privacy. I'm a big fan of data privacy in America. Of course, Europe is doing a good job. And it's really important to not just put in your production systems, hey, look at this shiny new object. Let's just put it in production, see how it works. You really have to test it. You know, one of the jobs I had at Microsoft was actually in the IT group. And one thing we discovered, even some of the Microsoft products we were building couldn't work at Microsoft. They couldn't scale, for example, or some of their functionality would stop. So we had to test, verify, and then improve the products. That's why we got into product development. And here's the constant theme, if there's any one takeaway: constant human involvement with quality control. Because if you put data in that's garbage, you get garbage out. But good data, you get good things out. Make sure your processes are right. Choose the right AI model that makes sense for your business. Always monitor and evaluate. All right, here's my chance at doing the logarithmic charts. I never used the word zettabyte before, but it's just common. It's just taking off. Oh, wait a minute. Why are we doing this? Oh, because information is power, and data has the value, which means, having quality data is essential. And ML and AI are now essential tools. Like, I want to share, I have a dog. Anybody have dogs here? My dog is a border collie, and they like to herd things in the right direction. So I think if AI and ML can be kind of like border collies with all that big data, like your herd keeps getting bigger, you need to shepherd it somehow. And my border collie is really smart. But the thing is, when you have all this data, and it's super valuable, you attract more bad actors. It's a common term. And so it's essential to protect your data with good governance, whether your data is at rest, these are terms, data at rest, whether it's sitting in a database or on the NetApp Blinky Light storage boxes or somewhere in the cloud, or when your data is in motion when it's going over the wire. Here's another one of those charts where everything gets huge and ginormous. Enterprise data is growing, but look at that. Sensors and devices, IoT, smart homes, smart cities, social media. People are putting more videos. Videos are very large in size. And I love this chart. You talk about the cost of AI. Over time, this curve is getting so steep, and it's not just the size of the model, it's the cost of the network storage and compute to run these systems. And I spent a lot of my years working on video, and I watched it when we went from standard definition video of 640 by 480 1092, I'm starting to forget the numbers already, to high def. And now we're at 4K and 8K, so video just keeps getting bigger itself. But what's in those video? Well, people making their own videos and getting them monetized on YouTube. That's great for them. But also video surveillance is growing everywhere, and there's AI analyzing the video surveillance. And it just keeps growing. Oh, and by the way, the AI in the video, I have multiple patents on that to help people make money in advertising. So here's another concept of chatbots versus AI. Has anybody ever been frustrated when the chatbot you used didn't give you the right answers? And you're just like, oh, yeah. I've experienced that myself. Well, if that chatbot could learn from its mistakes, then it would be better and better. It's almost as good as talking to a human. But the problem is, if the chatbot gets really smart and a bad actor gets controlled by it, then it can do more bad things. I grabbed this slide. This was done fairly recently, and there's a link at the bottom from the organization, the Horizon Summer Project. And this is showing all the job areas that will be affected by AI. And we're seeing this now already. I mean, clearly in finance, my nephew working in the quant system, it's pretty much AI. But even any financial analysis is going to be using AI. Scientific, you want to build a new drug model for healthcare. Information sciences, we use AI to accelerate productivity, government, just right down the list. It's affecting every industry. So for the workforce, they'll have to be retrained to take advantage of these things. Or that was a great quote. Humans that don't use AI will be replaced by humans that do AI. See, we're giving you guys the plug. Now here's something. How many people have ever heard of DevOps? Let me see a show of hands. Don't be shy. All right, good. Now, of the people who heard of DevOps, have you ever heard of DevSecOps? All right, good, same people. All right, so you guys are in the know. Let me enlighten the rest of the room here. I've been in the business of building software products. And in software products, we have this process that begins with, let's start with here. You plan, as a product manager, product director, we would plan. I want this product to help people plan their lives. And then the developers say, okay, give me the specifications, we'll write the code. They're going to build it, they're going to test it, and when it's good enough, they're going to go through the release process, deploy it out to the world, and then operate it. And there's ways to accelerate this whole process, and I'll show you some more. But it's super important to monitor it when it's out in the real world, because bad things can happen in the real world. Like what happened to Experian. Anybody familiar with the Experian data breach in 2017? Thank you. Yeah, this was a famous data breach. In their DevSecOps process, they didn't do the sec part very well, because they got to reuse code, it's called open source code. You get to reuse code made by communities of people, which can work very well. But if a vulnerability is discovered, which there was, in a standard piece of code that people use to build Java frameworks, they need to remediate it immediately and then push the changes back out there so attackers can't get in. But they didn't do it. Attackers got in, cost them $425 million, and data was stolen. I think it included mine too. Another way to accelerate the whole development process, back in the day, we used to have to build servers, big machines. Then we had Raxus servers, and then Raxus servers turned into virtual machines. It's like a machine inside of a machine. And then that turned into containers, lots and lots of containers. And it's all software defined. And that's what happens in the world today. The startups that I'm working with, we have developers write code, they press a couple buttons, and it automates being deployed on Google Cloud or Azure or AWS, and lots of clusters of containers are run because it's infrastructure as code. Now, infrastructure of code is getting smarter and smarter as well. And in fact, you can even use ChatGPT to build your code infrastructure. You just ask it the right questions. And if you haven't had a chance, for those developers, how many developers in the audience? Anybody here ever write code? Okay, so we have a couple, thank you. So this is just a snippet in Visual Studio Code, one of the most common development environments. And once you start writing the comments, determine the sentiment and describe your thing. It says, hey, you want to try this code block? This is what Dr. Mike was using, and the other people in the audience, because it ingested them into their model. But just as Dr. Mike suggested, you have to curate it and choose. That looks right, I'll use it. Or that one, no, I don't know where you got that input from, don't use it. But it's absolutely speeding up the process of development. And for testing, using robotic process automation has existed for a while. It basically speeds up human tasks. But now you can add AI to that. In fact, I have a few patents just granted at Salesforce where we take the decision. I call it Trevor in a box. Trevor was one of the best test engineers I ever met. His intuition was amazing. And we train the model to watch what he does over and over again, the decisions he makes, and that's what the patent does, and it helps test applications rapidly. Who in the audience is using multi-factor authentication? And I'm hoping to see all your hands, because if your hand isn't up, you probably have a vulnerability. Because without multi-factor authentication, it makes it easy for attackers to log in as you. Multi-factor means that when you try to log in, it says, hey, can you verify by your thumbprint on your phone, your fingerprint? Or we'll send you a text message, or use the Authenticator app. And I actually like the Authenticator app slightly better because I've known people got their SIMs compromised, especially in blockchain, which is a whole other rabbit hole we can go down. And then there's also devices for it, like the YubiKey is a hardware device that uses great encryption technologies. And we actually use that in the dev cycle, because you have to sign code to show that it's authentic, and it speeds up coding. And once you pass all that, then you get access to the system, the minimum level of access. Now, I was actually trying to get a speaker to come out here from Seattle also. It's a long trip, and he's busy with his startup. He was the Chief Security Information Officer at Salesforce. He's a startup called Delaria, and they're focusing on this area called Adaptive Access Management, which basically says, let's make sure people always have the minimum level of access at all times, even if they're an important person that has to have administrative access. And sometimes, if it's detecting a pattern that doesn't look right, it's going to put up more hurdles to log in, making it much harder for the attackers. So this is a new trend to keep your eyes out for and products to look out for. I thought I'd throw up on this slide too. National Information Standards and Technology Office is it's a US government office, and they have a standard checklist of things to look out for. It's always a good checklist to have. Here's a trend. One of the last products I was working at Salesforce was a customer data platform. It takes data from everywhere to learn about me, learn about Charles. Why? Because they want to sell me more. They want me to feel happier, feel super delighted. And they're doing it by getting data from everywhere. And this is the complexity of the system. It has to connect everywhere, but it has to be compliant. It has to be efficient, it has to have analytics. And this is a Salesforce slide that I borrowed from them just to show you how kind of cool and pretty and happy it is. That you collect data from everywhere and you harmonize it. And then you build a graph of customers and predict what they're going to do next and just love them so that they buy more. And it works. It's selling quite well. And most of these, you've heard big data and ML, I think like they go together. Oh, you want some ML with that big data? Typically use data stacks that will either use open source, like Apache open source, or products that you pay for, but you have typically large databases. They're cloud infrastructure. You load one thing into the other. You have data warehouses like Snowflake, which is a hot company these days. Amazon Redshift, Databricks, right there in Seattle, a lot of West Coast-based companies. And then you gain insight from them. So there's common data stacks to look out for. And they all run machine learning jobs. For example, I mentioned Apple earlier. I got to look under their hood, and I saw what happens when all that data from Siri gets received. It might receive your voice. Boy, that's personal information could be in there. So they have to delete it within 28 days or anonymize it. There's like all these policies and procedures. And machine learning processes from that stack will do all that for them. Keeps them safe, keeps you safe. And it makes the phone get smarter and better. And anybody working on smart cities here? Okay, I saw one hand up. Thank you. I know there's a lot of smart city efforts underway, especially in GCC. And what's this going to do? It's going to make more of those hockey sticks of increased data, but also the need to protect it and curate it. And I see a very bright future here using AI, cybersecurity, and what was that, EDP? EPD? Our keynote speaker said. And so the 10 steps, this is a British slide that pretty much says the same thing I've been sharing with you, but it's around the world. No matter what geography you're in, these are good advices to do the 10 themes of cybersecurity. So I want to summarize with cybersecurity, minimum access. These are the key things. This should be on your checklist for whatever IT software project you have. Minimum access, train people on social engineering. Always have strong passwords and update them regularly. Don't reuse passwords. Multi-factor authentication. And if you're not using multi-factor, try to get in there whenever you can. Obfuscate the entry points in your code or OS systems whenever. Zero trust is the architecture we use these days. Rapid response. Have humans always check on the AI. Make sure, have the subject matter experts. I'm piggybacking on the giants that spoke before me. And in DevSecOps, again, always have clear objectives, security first, use proven mature AI technology in production, or else it could go awry and lose your production. Test and verify always. Have quality data in, you get quality data out. You don't want the opposite. Choose the right AI, monitor operations. And of course, in just Six Sigma, which is commonly used in IT, always get clear definitions, use trusted tech, test, test, test. You can never test enough. Analyze, control, do continuous improvement and continuous compliance because the laws are changing. I want to through this one in predicting the future on general AI. So we have a few people varying, but it's 25 years out, maybe. And I think that's the end. Questions? Answers? Any questions? How did I do on time, by the way? Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Charles, for this detailed and interesting presentation. I would like to ask you, from your past experiences at Salesforce and Microsoft, who do you think personally had the best practice for AI and cybersecurity? Thank you. And from these two companies.
Who had a better practice for cybersecurity from AI and Microsoft, or from Microsoft versus Salesforce? I think in practicality, both companies had similar approaches. Microsoft, of course, had a little leading edge with ChatGPT. But Salesforce was using AI beforehand, only it wasn't the ChatGPT kind. But now they have to use the ChatGPT kind. So Salesforce likes to say customer trust is the #1 value. Never have your customers lose trust that their data isn't taken care of properly. So I think they lead just a little bit more than Microsoft in the messaging, but actually Microsoft cares about your data too, and they have to be compliant to the fullest extent of the law. So I'd have to call that one a tie, whichever message you like better. Next question.
Hello, yes. Hello, yes. Thank you for your presentations. I have a question about one of the slides, I think about the risks. Was ransomware, I think, was first risk you had on second slide or third slide. Now, there were some effort, I think, recently led by US government and other 40 countries not to pay ransom for ransomware attackers. Do you think this is the best solutions? And what about technology? You think this might have impact in the future on, confronting ransomware?
So my feelings on how to deal with ransomware companies are, nobody wants to be ransomed, ransomware, but there's stories of hospitals that had to stop doing life and death services because their systems were compromised in ransomware. It was extremely urgent, so they paid a price to get their data back. I'm not a fan of promoting the ransomware business, but there's a time and a place where people might have to pay for it. But that's why if people use the proper best practices, they wouldn't be, their chances of ransoming would be greatly reduced by a factor of 100. So that's why do proactive actions. And that's why when I was working for Excel, I was saying, listen, you don't want to be like the city of Atlanta, get a ransom. And they moved to the cloud. Did that answer your question? Okay, thank you. Next question. Or last question?
Quick question. On the future of cloud storage, Microsoft in 2020, I think, was experimenting with the underwater data centers. So on the topic of minimum access, do you think the future of data would be stored underwater more than it is in classical data centers?
I think it's going to be hybrid. Underwater is good because cooling is very expensive. And when you're underwater, you have infinite cooling. But being underwater, of course, has its own risks because you can have corrosion and seawater penetration, transmission lines, so location, location, location. So maybe for coastal countries or coastal regions even, underwater might be more popular. That would be my prediction. But you still have plenty of large data centers. I live in the state of Washington, where some of the very large data centers on the West Coast are located in eastern Washington. And the reason why is the cost of electrical power is very inexpensive because they're turning big water wheels. And that's why you have so many crypto miners starting their business there. So it's going to be based upon the location geography. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much. A stand of applause with Mr. Charles Archer. Thank you so much. And on behalf of AIU, the president of AIU, and the organizing committee, we're going to award and honor our keynote speaker. Thank you so much for presenting today for your lovely workshop. الحضور الكريم، دقائق قليلة ونستكمل معكم هذا المؤتمر مع الكلمة الختامية لهذا الملتقى ضيوفنا الأكارم. Now a couple of minutes we're reaching for the closing network address. So please remain seated and turn your mobile phones to the silent mode. Thank you for cooperation and attention. حضورنا الكريم، دقائق قليلة تفصلنا على الكلمة الختامية الرئيسية لهذا الملتقى. فندعو من جميع الزائرين الآن إلى هذه القاعة الجلوس في المقاعد ووضع الهواتف المحمولة على الوضع الصامت. نشكر تفاهمكم وتعاونكم.
Hello? Hello? Yeah. Okay, perfect. I can put this in the back.
الحضور الكريم، وصلنا معكم الآن إلى الكلمة الختامية الرئيسية لهذا الملتقى. Now is the time for the closing keynote address, dear audience, and the topic about an AI journey presented by the CEO and Civil Optis, BioSniff, and the Startup Advisor. So please welcome together Mr. Ken Hapson.
All right, everyone can hear me, that's good. So I love this slot, right? Because it gives me a chance to digest what everybody said so far. And Dr. Anas, very nice presentation. I learned a lot from it. So it's a great place to be, but at the same time, I'm the guy standing between you and lunch. So I promise to keep it very short, to the point, right? But I wanted to take this moment to speak to you guys about AI from a slightly different angle. So we've had a couple speakers who are coming from the academic research, from the innovation side. I've been on the other side. I've worked with the consumers of AI, I've worked with the providers of AI, and I've worked with the enablers of AI. And I have a lot of stories, both good and bad, lots of lessons that we can learn from, and I wanted to share a little bit of that with you. The first thing I want to do is I wanted to take a step back, because the content today has been really, really good. I mean, for me, it was an accelerated short course, right? And I hope you all learned something from it as well. But what I wanted to do is just take a step back, right? And make sure that we all understood some of the key themes that were discussed today, right? And one of the philosophies that I personally use, my father is, God bless him, he's in his 80s, still with us. And I always say, if I present something and my father doesn't understand it, then that was not a good presentation, right? So I try to bring it down to normal layman's terms. So let's look at AI, right? I want to take you on a journey of where AI came from, where it is today, right? And where it's going. And where it's going is really important, because all of us are in this room to understand what is our role in this journey, okay? And if I can help you with this, that goal reached, right? So recently I was speaking with a friend, and he was a little bit frustrated. He was like, oh my God, I hear all this every day. There's a new piece of news, ChatGPT this, 4.0, 3.0, I don't even know what version they're on, and so on and so on. And Google's releasing something, and Microsoft's releasing something. And he came to me because of my background. I've always been in the data and AI space. AI is a new term, but data analytics has been around with us for quite some time. I led the data and AI team for IBM in this region. Afterwards, I led the data and AI team for Microsoft in this region. A lot of the data centers that you've heard launched in Qatar and other regions and so on, and hopefully coming up in Kuwait as well. We were behind it all. So we've learned a lot from it, and this friend wanted to know, so where did this come from and where is it going, right? And it was really an intriguing question for me, because I never reflected on this question like this. I stepped back and I said, okay, so where did this, before AI, there was big data. 3-4 years ago, everybody was talking about big data. Before that, it was advanced analytics. Before that, it was just, data, being data-centric. What does that even mean? So I said, let's take a real step back, right? What enables us to advance to the stage that we are in now? And if you allow me, let's go really back to hundreds, thousands of years ago, okay? And I love telling this story because we are sitting in the cradle of civilization, right? This region. Civilization started from here. And if you think about it, thousands and thousands of years ago, someone took a seed and said, okay, so if I bury it in a particular type of soil, not that soil, but this soil, and I take care of it in a certain way, not this way, but this way, right? And I give it enough sun, and I give it a little water, and something happens. Something grows, and it provides sustenance for me and my family, right? That was the advent of farming, right? Now that advanced a little bit to the point where we have the Egyptian civilization, one of the most advanced civilizations in our history, that was that came about because of the people that were able to predict the flood cycles of the Nile, right? So there was a pattern being recognized, right, and planned around it. That shows us that we are special, as humans, we are special because we recognize complex patterns. If you look at the animal kingdom, that doesn't exist in the animal kingdom. I'm not sure what I did, but this buzzed. Anyways, so we recognize advanced patterns, right? So looking at the flood cycles, then looking at the stars and being able to predict, lunar eclipses, and people use that for their own, purposes, some good, some bad. Solar eclipses, seasons, predicting a wet season versus a dry season. That all allowed us to advance to a certain stage, right? Now let's fast forward to many, many years after that. We were able to find that we can also build tools to help us in our endeavors. So for example, taking that farming example, we were able to build plows, right? This was a mechanical device that would enhance, not replace, but enhance our strength, right? So now we were able to plow our fields much, much easier and much, much faster, okay? Again, fast forward to the industrial age, and Dr. Anas mentioned the revolution, but it's really important that we got to a stage where we could, let's assume we're making little widgets, and that widget needs to be flattened out, and it would take a person hours, maybe days of hammering to get that widget to flatten out. We were able to build machines where somebody could sit there and pull a lever, and a machine would come down and flatten the widget, right? And we were able to couple a bunch of these tasks together and create an assembly line. And now you had people going all day long and creating widgets, right? Very close after that, what came is that we didn't need people on the assembly lines any longer. Someone could sit in a control room, right, and have that assembly the assembly line run from a control room, right? And we get to a point now that things can be done remotely. You don't have to physically be in a particular city or a particular facility to run a task or activity in that facility, okay? So as you can see, all of this is interconnected with, number one, us being able to predict patterns, to predict what comes after, to plan around it, and then enhance our capabilities to be able to leverage that for our benefits, okay? So where are we now, right? Now we're talking about AI, right? AI, again, is a system that enhances our capabilities, right? Let me give you an example. Unfortunately, you always use this example around Detroit, so I hope nobody's from Detroit here. But, when I first looked at this, Detroit was going through a little bit of an economic turndown, right? People were suffering. And when people suffer, crime goes up. And I was talking about how the police force of Detroit could be helped by being able to predict crime in certain areas of the city. How do you do that? Well, I could look at a particular night in Detroit and say, well, the temperatures are nice and warm, a nice summer day. There's a music festival happening over here. And based on the attendees, I can see they're coming from these parts of the city, and most likely they'll go back to those parts of the city. And then looking at street light outages to say these parts of the city are a little bit darker than normal. Could I take that data and sort of analyze it, and we talked about decision systems and so on, and say, well, if I was a betting person, I would say something's going to happen there, where either it's going to be a fight or a crime or something, right? So could I ask the police force to have a little bit more of a presence in that area, right? It makes perfect sense. Now, when we talk about AI, it does the same thing, but it just does it much, much faster, much, much more efficiently, and much, much deeper, okay? And that's why I call AI really an enhancement of our capabilities, okay? So where does that take us for the future, right? I always look at the other industrial world-changing innovations that have come. And one of them is the auto industry. If you think about when the cars were invented, people didn't really need cars, right? They had horses, they had buggies, etc. And the first people that purchased cars were making a statement purchase. They weren't delivery people, they were not trucking things. It was a statement purchase. You know, I'm wealthy enough and I can afford this $100, Model T, whatever. Today, that same thing can be said about AI. A lot of times, organizations adopt AI or they look to buy AI solutions not because they fully understand why they need it, but because they feel like, okay, well, we must have it. It's a statement. Our organization has to be AI driven, right? And I'm here to explain that that is the right approach, but the wrong reasoning. And I'll help you with the, understanding the reasoning a little bit, okay? So let's go to here. So some of the trends that we're seeing, right? So we mapped out, where we came from, planting seeds, reading the stars, to where we are today. Now, I just said we shouldn't be adopting AI because of, let's say, a luxury statement, right? But let's look at some trends that are impacting the commercial, the private sector, the actual usage of AI, okay? The trends are narrow AI to general AI. Now, we talked about this a lot. I'm going to bring it down to a simple explanation for anybody that missed the definitions. Narrow is what most AI systems you see today is, okay? Narrow is AI made for one specific focused task, okay? That's all. We can put a lot of advanced terminology behind it, but that's it. General AI is when there's a system that can actually do multiple things, right? And we mentioned this a couple of times in our talks today. We're probably 15 to 50 years away from that, to different levels, right? Now, why is that important? The important thing is, we've all seen systems that can recognize an apple. Well, we had the kangaroo example, I think, right? So we have an apple and a banana, and the system will say, yep, that's an apple and that's a banana. 100% accuracy. But that system will not be able to proofread your email, okay? Vice versa, ChatGPT that does really well writing things for you will not be able to identify an apple from a banana, okay? And in order to make this commercially successful for all of you who are looking to adopt AI and make use of AI, there has to be a general use of AI, right? We can buy things, we can use things for focused purposes, but the real impact of AI will come when there's general usage available. Okay. The other is generative AI. We talked about this. Again, I'm going to bring it down. Oops, so clicked a little bit too far. I'm going to bring it down to general definition. Generative AI are the systems that actually create new content for you, creative contents, right? So we heard just a couple weeks ago, the Beatles just released a new song, right? The Beatles have been, not around for a long time, but with a little bit of help from I was going to make a link to a Beatles song, but I won't. With a little bit of help from AI, we were able to release a new Beatles song. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Golden Globes just made an announcement that no AI system shall qualify or win any awards, meaning only people will win Golden Globes, not AI systems, okay? Now, why is that important? Again, from a commercial perspective, we talked about security, we talked about regulation and so on. It's very, very simply put. If a generative AI system creates something for you, they create a new product, a new solution, a new marketing campaign, a new strategy, who owns the IP? What if you're using somebody else's IP to build your solution? Do they have a right to come and say, well, actually, that's based off of my plan, and I get a share of that revenue, right? It's not dangerous, but it's intriguing to think about it that way, right? The last point that's emerging is integration of AI. As I said before, AI right now exists in narrow form, which means very, very focused, right? In order for organizations to really utilize and get value from AI, you need to integrate it into your systems, right? You need to enhance your organization with AI. How do you do that? It is extremely, extremely complicated. And one of the reasons why it's complicated is that you need to take your legacy systems and enhance it with AI. Legacy systems are legacy. They're older, right? They're built differently. And they're managed by legacy teams. So now you're talking to somebody saying, can you help me integrate this AI system? And the person on the other side is saying, so you're asking me to build something that I think then will replace me? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I'll do that for you. And they don't, right? So the internal resistance is going to be quite strong, okay? So these are the three trends that I think in the commercial, private sector, even government, organizational operations, and so on, are going to be extremely, extremely important. These are the things that you should be watching for, okay? Now let's look at the AI technology itself. I'm not a researcher, I'm not an academic. I will get myself into trouble if I get too technical. But looking at what are the limitations and challenges of AI currently, right? The limitations are threefold, basically summarized. Number one, the data and compute requirements. We talked about this, the cost that's going up, et cetera, right? If you want to build an impactful AI model for yourself, there is data required, there is computer required, there is a cost associated with that. And until we get that down to a manageable level, the adoption of focused AI for your organization will be experimental. Let's put it that way, okay? Second is lack of explainability and transparency. I think Charles asked who uses ChatGPT. We've all used ChatGPT, but do you know why it comes up with the answers that it does? Yeah, we just assume it crawls some data and brings it back. Does it use some judgment, some decision? Maybe, probably. Do we know which, where, how? No. There is a lack of transparency. You can't really explain how it fully works, right? And when you have that, you have lack of trust. You don't know, can I really rely on this? Okay? And especially if you're putting your name on this content, whether you're publishing a paper, presenting in front of your boss, or going to market, you need to be sure about what you're presenting, okay? And the last one is generalization and transferability. So speaking from the commercial side, organizations are lazy. They want to do as little, they want to pay as least amount as possible and get the most value. So if I'm asked to buy a system and it's focused for that small team within that department, and then I have to buy another system, another model for somebody else, and that's not the way to scale. I want that system that can be brought in and scaled across the whole organization. The whole organization can somehow see value from it. We're not there yet. That's the limitation that we need to work towards, okay? The other non-technical side is the resistance. I alluded to that, legacy teams that you need to work with. So what are the limitations, resistance, or challenges that you will see internally within your organizations, right? These are lack of trust. So people see that you're integrating AI into the organization. We used to do it this way, and now you want an AI system to make the decision, but why? It's always worked. I've done really well. I had a great review. I got a promotion. I got a bonus, but it feels like you're replacing my job. What's going on? That is going to disrupt and dismantle your organization, okay? And it's not about cost cutting or it's not about efficiencies, it's about the human aspect, okay? The second is the fast pace of AI tech development. As I said before, some of you may be confused. Are we on ChatGPT 4 now, or have we gotten to 4.5? It's just going too fast, I'm not really sure, right? So when you're bringing in technology and you're paying good money, and we saw the costs, everybody presented those graphs. We're bringing in those costs, and only to find out that 1 year from now, the technology is old and I have to buy again, right? So it is a bit of a resistance here, okay? And the other is the cost that I just alluded to, the history and the culture. And the history meaning, what if we've done other projects that have failed? So I'm not gonna do this now, right? I was part of the team that introduced Watson AI in this region back in 2002 to 2013 under IBM. Okay? I can tell you a lot of war stories of major, major failures. Why? People were not ready. The market was not ready. The technology was not ready. Right? So any organization that went down that channel will be much more reluctant today to try again. Right? So that history carries some weight. And then the organizational culture. Okay? So now on culture, let's talk about AI culture. Whose organization has an AI culture? Okay, good. Everybody's raising their hands. But what is AI culture? People have assumptions of what an AI culture is. To me, from a commercial, again, from private sector side, the AI culture is very, very basic. Does your organization understand AI? Meaning, do you know what it is, what it will do for you, and what are the limitations that it will not do for you? The basic understanding of why are you bringing it in, for what purpose? Not the technical aspect of, all the different variations of how AI is built and the neural networks and so. I don't mean that. What is it? How is it going to help you? And what are the limitations that you shouldn't expect it to help you? Do you understand that? Okay. Second, you cannot go from 0 to 100. AI projects are not that disruptive in organizations. You have to slow down and have an iterative innovation process within your organization. You need to start with small use cases and scale up, okay? You can't introduce a massive project and then watch it fail, okay? Third, data. We talked about this, right? But when we talk about data, does your organization have, first of all, enough data to build models around what you want to do? Second, even if you have data, do you have the data management systems and culture to make sure that you're collecting correctly, you're cleansing, you're organizing, you're securing, okay? And who's using the data? For what purpose? Is it ethical? One of my clients down in South Africa, he's a CIO of a very large media company. He came to me and he said, I just hired 300 data scientists. I'm really, really excited. However, what keeps me up at night is that phone call that I'm going to get that one of my data scientists was experimenting and did something that now has exposed us to huge lawsuits, right? Because they don't have that culture of how to manage, how to secure, and how to access the data, okay? And last is talent development, okay? Traditional technical people, developers, and so on, wonderful, great. But you need to have talent that can actually enhance and help you develop those AI systems, right? I think we had a question from one person around, my major is X, will I be able to scale into AI, right? As leaders, we always talk about having a lifelong learning culture, or are you a lifelong learner? It's buzzwords. But now those buzzwords come to reality. You have to live by them, okay? You cannot hire AI developers today, right? Because those skills that they have may not be relevant 2 years from now. You have to look at people who are going to change and learn with the technology, okay? It completely changes the hiring process and the talent acquisition process, okay? So the company that I'm leading currently, I'll give you an example of how we're applying all these lessons, is Cephalobits. Cephala, it comes from the Greek word for head, bits from the technical word bits, right? What we found is that the human breath carries volatile organic compounds that actually is a very good indicator of what's happening in our body. So any type of illnesses will be shown in our breath, okay? One story I like to tell is, in the US, there was a small boy who was having seizures, chronic seizures, always suffering from seizures. And the parents were really worried about this. They were saying one day he's going to be walking down the stairs, he's going to have a seizure and fall and hurt himself, or he's going to be crossing the street, he's going to fall and hurt himself. So what they went and did was they took a dog and trained it to be able to predict the onset of the seizure. Predict, okay? So before the boy was about to have a seizure, the dog would grab it and pull it to a safe area, and then the boy would have a seizure, right? Very unfortunate, but he would have it in a safe area, right? So if you think about how was this dog able to predict this, right? Well, first of all, dogs are really good at sense of smell, right? Second, the boy's breath was actually changing. When the seizure was about to come, it was changing, right? So this technology of being able to detect breath exists, has existed for decades. To be able to map a certain disease like a cancer or liver disease or asthma or even dementia, right? That technology also exists where you can take mappings of these molecules to identify which kind of diseases exist in your body, right? But with the introduction of AI, we can now do this at scale where we can take breath, map it, and map it against models that we've built to give you instantaneous or nearly instantaneous indication of what is happening in your body, okay? Imagine a device, right, where you just breathe into it and it will give you all the different indicators of what could be wrong with your blood or your body or your cells, okay? Now this is an amazing, amazing technology, non-intrusive, very easy to use, okay? But what it does is if you take one of these devices and put it, let's say in a very, very urban village in Africa, it gives the full capability of an advanced hospital to a local doctor, right? It changes the whole thing. So Wyoming, let's talk about Wyoming, you know, a little village in Wyoming will have, you know, capabilities that normally you would have to go to the big city, to the big hospital to get diagnosed for, okay? But this can only be done with the power of AI, right? So let me take you on the journey of how we turned this organization into an AI-driven organization. And these are the strategies that we used, okay? Because again, the organization that we have, we're full of neurologists, engineers, device manufacturers, etc., non-AI people, right? And in order to make them an AI-driven organization, we had to go and align our AI strategy with our organizational strategy, with our vision, and with our business drivers, right? AI was not an extra dimension in our product set. AI was part of our vision. We are an AI company. We're not a medtech company, okay? Second, employee engagement. All those people, neuroscientists who know nothing about AI, we had to bring them on board. We had to bring them on this journey. It's not about, okay, you guys sit here, you do your part, and then we're going to take this and model it, and we're going to do something else. No, you need to come with us on this journey. We were able to share with them our vision, our strategy, and the execution. They were part of the plan, okay? Third, talent and skills. We made sure that we not only bring talent from outside, but we train our engineers and our neuroscientists on basic AI capabilities so that they can actually do their job with AI in their mindset, okay? The last point, which was very clear for us because our use case was very clear, but the suggestion to you is when you start on this journey, make sure you have a very clear use case, okay? Because the last thing is, as a leader, when you're talking to your organization and you say, we've decided, we've aligned with, you know, our strategy with AI, we're going to go this way, okay? And we're going to do it. But nobody really understands what you mean by this. Okay, we are aligned, but what does that mean, right? So make sure that the use case is very, very clear. The other thing that we found, again, a little bit technical, but we found that instead of doing AI in little silos, it is best to build a platform, right, that allows us to manage the data, allows us to manage the functionalities, allows us to manage the teams and skills and so on, so that everyone within the organization has access to some sort of a, let's call it an AI sandbox, right? But centrally, we can actually control it. And I think there was a couple of comments earlier about centralization versus decentralization. In this case, within an organization, it is easier and you manage the risk much better if you do centralize, okay? Not saying that it's the right approach, but within organizations, I think it is the right approach, okay? Second is your board, the organizational board, and your leadership, okay? Leadership matters. Fast Company, the magazine in the US, they did a survey, and they found that 30% of leaders, executives, boards are disconnected when it comes to AI, okay? Yes, they're on board. Yes, the vision is great. Let's do it. But when you actually ask them details, they don't understand exactly what they're saying. So how can they be part of your leadership and support you if they don't understand, okay? So it's extremely important that when you select your board members, that you are bringing the right people on board. And the last point is that as leaders, you will see a transformation from being operational leaders to being organizational leaders. Because a lot of the tasks that you have can be delegated to AI. So for example, budget planning. I'm sure every leader here that may be involved with budget planning, probably 4 to 6 weeks of your life every year is spent around Excel sheets and budgets and so on. Well, could that be changed so that it can be automated and the last approval and review comes to you? So instead of a 6-week process, it becomes an afternoon review and decision, right? What happens then is you can focus on the organization. You can focus on the human aspect. You can focus on communicating to your team, aligning strategies, taking everyone along on your journey, okay? Now, with that said, I'm with you on time. If I were to summarize the state of AI today within organizations, right, and not from the research side, but from organization adoption, I'm going to share this video with you, which I think captures the state very, very well, okay? Oh, we need the volume. Oh, and I need to go back. Oh. Can you reset me, please? There we go. Okay, let's try that again. So anybody that follows baseball may recognize that person. He's Babe Ruth, legendary player. But this video captures the state. So imagine that the driver is your AI developer. Very confident. He knows exactly what he's doing. He knows all the latest terminologies, and he's doing his thing, right? The guy in the back is the market drivers in the business. They're making demands. They're looking everywhere. They're pushing, but at the same time closing their eyes saying, God, I hope things work out, right? And meanwhile, what's happening in the market? Everybody's driving in every direction possible, right? Driving on the sidewalks, left, right, and so on, because there is no set of regulations or policies in place yet, okay? And if you saw, at one point there was a police officer that was waving the car on the side. There may come times where you run into your compliance manager or compliance officer and they say, hey, you're not allowed to do that, go over here. But if the compliance manager doesn't know, does that mean it's allowed, right? So this is a really, really nice video. Now with that said, I'm gonna give you, in closing, leave you with one quote, right? And this is an overused quote, so I know you all know it. But Teddy Roosevelt, one of our old presidents, made a reference. He was an avid boxer. So he made a reference to this quote. He said, it's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena. Whether we're talking about a boxing match or a football match or whatever, we all have those people who are sitting there going, oh, come on, hit him, what are you, dog, do this. But they're not in the role. They don't know how difficult it is, right? Today, I leave you with this. You are all the doers of the deed. Don't wait for somebody else to set regulations for you. Don't wait for somebody else to tell you how to do things. Take the guidance from different people, different authorities, and so on, but you are the people that will set this in motion. Do it the way you feel is right within your organization. And I believe together, you're going to have a great, successful country and amazing AI initiatives here. Thank you very much.
A special thanks to Mr. Ken Hobson for his wonderful closing remarks speech. Now is the time for the award ceremony. So the president of AIU will award with the organizing committee our keynote speaker. Thank you so much for joining us. So I would like to invite the president of AIU, Mr. Dr. Michael Bishko, to still remain in the stage, and the keynote speaker to still remain in the stage. I would like to invite all the distinguished speakers to come to the stage, and even about the organizing committee for the photo shoot, for the group picture. Thank you so much. ندعو جميع الأعضاء اللجنة المنظمة بالإضافة إلى المتحدثين الموقرين إلى المسرح لأخذ الصورة الجماعية. من خلال هذه اللحظات الجميلة حضورنا الكريم ندعوكم جميعا لالتقاط هذه الصور التذكارية، فالتصوير هو لحظة من الزمن تدوم معكم إلى الأبد. And this wonderful moment, dear audience, would like to invite everyone to take photos, because taking photos is the moment will rest with you forever. نشكر قادة الجامعة الأمريكية الدولية، ونشكر أيضا أعضاء اللجنة المنظمة، ونشكر أيضا أصحاب السعادة الممثلين من القطاع الحكومي والقطاع الخاص، ونشكر أيضا حضورنا الكريم. Special thanks to the AIU leadership, and also special thanks to the Kuwaiti guests in the land of friendship and peace, and also warm welcome and special thanks also to the organizing committee, and a big thanks to our dear audience, the working crew who's working behind the scene. Now we would like to invite everyone to having the lunch outside the hall. الآن حياكم الله جميعا على الغداء في القاعة الخارجية. شكرا لكم على وجودكم معنا اليوم، نلتقي معكم إن شاء الله في فعاليات قادمة. في أمان الله.